There is a wreck at the bottom of the Barents Sea. It lies in roughly 290 meters of cold, black Arctic water off the northern coast of Norway, at coordinates that were not confirmed for decades after the war ended. The ship has been there since the 26th of December, 1943, a date that, in the tradition of cruelly timed endings, happened to be Boxing Day. The wreck belongs to one of the most contested, repaired, bombed, mined, torpedoed, and discussed warships ever built by any navy in the 20th century. Its name was Scharnhorst, and if you stay with this story long enough, all the way from the shipyard at Wilhelmshaven to that final night in the Arctic, you will understand not just what happened to one ship, but what happened to an entire navy's ambitions. There is a version of this story told in triumphant terms. The Royal Navy's finest hour, the decisive kill, the last great surface engagement of the European War. That version is not wrong, but it is incomplete, because the story of Scharnhorst is not only about how she died, it is about how she lived, about almost 5 years of storms, dry docks, bomb hits, torpedo strikes, mine detonations, navigational errors, boiler failures, and political interference from a high command that could never quite decide what it wanted from its most active capital ship. By the end, the ship had become something that no naval planner intended to create. A vessel so burdened by her own history of bad luck that her final commander may have known at some level that he was not coming home. This is not a glorification of the war that produced her. It is an accounting. Tonight, if you are lying down, if the lights are low, if the world has quieted enough that you can follow the shape of a long story, this documentary will walk you through every chapter of Scharnhorst's existence. From the debate over what to even call her, battleship, battlecruiser, a compromise neither, to the afternoon she fired what some historians regard as one of the longest-range gunfire hits in the history of naval warfare. From the applause of a crowd in October 1936 to the silence of an Arctic sea at 7:45 on a December evening 7 years later. So let this be your anchor tonight. Not alarm, not tension, just the slow, deep current of a true story told from the beginning. If you drift off somewhere in the middle chapters, among the fjords, or in the long stretch of inactivity at Brest, that is entirely the point. But if you stay awake, you will hear something remarkable. How a single ship's career managed to contain nearly every contradiction of the war at sea. Stay with us. The story of the unlucky battleship begins now. Chapter 1, A Name from the Past. The lineage of Scharnhorst. There is something particular about the way the German Navy named its ships. Not just for function or for geometry, but for memory. The name Scharnhorst did not begin in 1935, with a keel being laid in Wilhelmshaven. It had already been carried across oceans, already been inscribed on naval honours boards, already been lost once in water far from home. The name belonged, first, to a Prussian military reformer, Gerhard Johann von Scharnhorst, born in 1755, a general who had spent his career rebuilding the Prussian army, after Napoleon had broken it almost entirely. He died of wounds in 1813. That kind of ending, gallant, incomplete, overshadowed by events beyond one man's control, turned out to be surprisingly prophetic for the ships that inherited his name. The first ship, named Scharnhorst, was an armoured cruiser launched in March of 1906 and commissioned in October of 1907. She was a substantial vessel for her era, displacing roughly 12,781 tons, carrying 8 21-centimetre guns in twin turrets, and able to make approximately 22.5 knots. She served as the flagship of the German East Asia Squadron, under Vice Admiral Maximilian von Spee, a highly capable officer who found himself at the beginning of the First World War commanding a powerful squadron in the wrong ocean, thousands of kilometers from home, without a safe port to enter, and with the entire Royal Navy hunting him. In November of 1914, von Spee's squadron achieved one of the German Navy's most stunning victories of that war, sinking 2 British cruisers at the Battle of Coronel off the Chilean coast. It was a moment of extraordinary precision against a surprised enemy. Less than a month later, the British sent a larger, faster, better armed force under Vice Admiral Frederick Sturdy to the Falkland Islands. The original Scharnhorst was sunk on the 8th of December, 1914. So was almost her entire crew. She went down with her colours still flying, which became part of the legend and part of the burden that her successor would carry. The decision to build a new Scharnhorst was made in the context of a Germany that had spent most of the 1920s and early 1930s living under the naval restrictions of the Treaty of Versailles. Those restrictions had limited Germany to warships of no more than 10,000 tons, displacement, a ceiling that had produced the so-called Panzerschiff, or armoured ships, sometimes called pocket battleships by the British press. But by January 1933, the political situation in Germany had changed irrevocably, and the restrictions of Versailles were becoming increasingly theoretical. The Anglo-German Naval Agreement of 1935, reached in June of that year, formally allowed Germany to build a surface fleet up to 35% of the Royal Navy's tonnage, and in certain categories, including submarines, to reach full parity. It was within this new political and legal window that the order for what would become Scharnhorst was placed. The contract name under which the ship was ordered was simply the letter D, a replacement for the old pre-dreadnought Alsace. The fiction of modest replacement tonnage was useful while it lasted. The question of what Scharnhorst actually was, and what she was supposed to become, troubled naval architects, naval historians, and arguably the German High Command itself for the ship's entire operational life. She was formally classified by the Kriegsmarine as a battleship. The British and most Allied navies called her a battle cruiser, a designation that reflected their assessment of her relatively modest main armament: 9 28cm guns, roughly 11-inch caliber, compared to the 14 and 16-inch guns carried by true battleships of the period. The nuance matters, and not simply as an academic footnote. The ship had been designed with a provision for future rearming, with 6 38cm guns in twin turrets, a conversion that would have made her unambiguously a battleship of the first order. That conversion never happened. Budget, steel, political priority, and the perpetual state of repair that Scharnhorst spent much of her career in all conspired to keep the 11-inch guns in place. She went to the bottom, still carrying the weapons she had been launched with. Weapons that were genuinely powerful, but that always seemed slightly short of what was needed in the situation she was asked to face. What the designers did get right, and this was not a small thing, was the ship's survivability. Scharnhorst was armoured with a belt 320 millimeters thick in the central section, protecting the magazines and propulsion machinery. Her main battery turrets had 360 millimeters of armour on their faces. The conning tower from which the ship was commanded in action was protected by 350 millimeters of steel on its sides. For a ship of her speed, she could make 31 knots and had touched just over 31.5 knots during trials. This was remarkable protection. Speed and armor were the two things Scharnhorst had in abundance. What she sometimes lacked was the firepower to force a decision before an enemy could bring heavier guns to bear. And, critically, as the story will show, the mechanical reliability to sustain speed and fighting power when both were needed most. The name she was given at the moment of launching carried a motto: Scharnhorst immer voran. Scharnhorst ever onward. It was a fighting slogan, full of forward momentum, full of the implication that this ship would press ahead regardless of what lay in front of her. In practice, the career of Scharnhorst would be defined less by relentless forward pressure and more by an exhausting cycle of action, damage, repair, and further action, a pattern so consistent that it begins to feel less like bad luck and more like a structural condition, a ship perpetually being asked to do more than her technical realities could comfortably sustain. But in October of 1936, when the hull slid down the slipway in Wilhelmshaven, with Adolf Hitler watching from the dock, with Generalfeldmarschall Werner von Blomberg delivering the pre-launch speech, and with the widow of Captain Felix Schultz, lost with the first Scharnhorst at the Falklands, presiding over the christening, none of that was visible yet. What was visible was a very large, very modern, very impressive ship, and that for the moment was enough. The fitting out process that followed the launching was not swift. The ship spent over 2 years being completed. After her hull entered the water in October 1936, finally commissioning into the fleet on the 7th of January 1939. The first sea trials, conducted in the Jade Estuary, revealed a problem that would consume months of additional work. In heavy seas, the ship shipped dangerous amounts of water forward, flooding the bow and damaging the electrical systems in the forward Anton gun turret. The original straight stem was removed and replaced with a raised Atlantic bow, a raked, flared design better suited to the conditions in which the ship was expected to operate. A raked funnel cap was also installed. The main mast was moved further aft. An enlarged aircraft hangar was added to house the 3 Arado 196 float planes that provided Scharnhorst with reconnaissance capability. These modifications were not completed until November of 1939, meaning that by the time the ship was truly fully operational, the Second World War had already been underway for 2 months. She was late to her own war, and the war, as it turned out, was not inclined to wait for her. There is one detail from the construction period that naval historians occasionally flag as symptomatic of the tensions that ran through the entire Scharnhorst program. The ship was ordered under a contract name, assigned a yard number, given a classification that remained disputed, designed for a main armament upgrade that was never funded, and launched at a ceremony that consciously invoked the memory of a predecessor that had been destroyed by overwhelming British force. None of these individual facts is catastrophic on its own, but taken together, they describe a ship that came into existence carrying a set of unresolved questions about what she was for, and how heavily the past was going to weigh on her future. For Scharnhorst, the answers to those questions would arrive slowly, through experience rather than planning, over the course of almost 5 years of continuous operational service, in the most punishing theatre the war at sea could offer. The original armoured cruiser, Scharnhorst, had gone down with her colours flying, and that fact had been absorbed into German naval mythology with an almost liturgical reverence. The new Scharnhorst would not quite replicate that ending. Her final hours were considerably less tidy, considerably more chaotic, and considerably more one-sided than the Falklands engagement had been. But there is something in the through line, from December 1914 to December 1943 that goes beyond coincidence. Two ships, both bearing the same name, both ending in the same month of December, both in cold water, both going down against heavier British forces, both leaving very few survivors. Whether you attribute that to the weight of naming or to the structural position of German naval power relative to British sea control, or simply to the mathematics of risk over time, the pattern is there. And it begins quietly, with a keel being laid in Wilhelmshaven on the 15th of June, 1935. The city of Wilhelmshaven, on the coast of the Jade Bight in northwestern Germany, had been the home of German naval construction for generations. The Kriegsmarinewerft, the naval dockyard, was one of the most capable shipbuilding facilities in Europe, with the infrastructure to handle capital ship construction and the skilled workforce that such work required. In 1935, the yard was busy. Germany was rearming at a pace that was alarming some European capitals, and apparently reassuring others, and the naval program was one of the most visible components of that rearmament. The workers who laid Scharnhorst's keel, that June were working within a political context that most of them could not fully see, a regime building toward a war that most of the world still hoped could be avoided. What they could see was the technical challenge of the work itself. The steel, the rivets, the frames, the careful geometry of a hull designed to operate at speed in the North Atlantic. That work, at least, was straightforward. It was everything that came after it that grew complicated. Chapter 2, Wilhelmshaven to the World. Design, construction, and the bow that failed. There are ships that arrive in service already perfect, fully resolved, technically complete, tested and proven before the first operational order is given. Scharnhorst was not one of those ships. She arrived in service with an architectural problem that the designers should, in retrospect, have anticipated. The North Atlantic is not a gentle testing ground. It is a long, cold exercise in how much stress a hull can absorb, how much water a bow can shed, how quickly a crew can manage flooding in the forward sections when a ship is driving at speed into a heavy sea. Scharnhorst's original straight stem, the shape of her bow as she had been designed and launched, was inadequate for those conditions. The bow shipped water in heavy seas, in quantities that were not merely uncomfortable, but structurally threatening, flooding the forward gun turret's electrical systems and reducing fighting capability precisely in the kind of weather that the North Atlantic specializes in producing. The decision to modify the bow was made quickly. After the first sea trials in January of 1939, and the redesign was completed by November of that year. The new Atlantic bow, high-flared with a raked stem, transformed Scharnhorst's profile and improved her seakeeping measurably. It also, incidentally, gave her one of the most distinctive silhouettes in the Kriegsmarine. Alongside her sister ship Gneisenau, which received a similar modification, Scharnhorst became one of the most recognizable warships of the war. Recognizable to Allied lookouts, recognizable to RAF reconnaissance pilots, recognizable to Royal Navy captains, whose entire strategic planning revolved around where these two ships were and what they were doing. The bow modification was a technical success, but the fact that it was necessary at all, that the ship had been launched with a design flaw that required major reconstruction before she was operationally useful, set a pattern that would repeat throughout her career. Scharnhorst was always in the process of being fixed. The propulsion system was one of the ship's most impressive features, and simultaneously one of its most persistent sources of trouble. 3 Brown, Boveri and Company geared steam turbines produced a combined output of approximately 1 159,000 shaft horsepower, driving 3 shafts. On trials, the ship achieved a speed of just over 31 knots, exceptional for a vessel of her size and protection. In service, however, the high-pressure steam boilers that fed the turbines proved to be chronically unreliable. The superheater tubes, components that brought steam to the very high temperatures needed for maximum efficiency, were a recurring source of breakdowns. During Operation Berlin, the major Atlantic raid of early 1941, the superheater tubes failed repeatedly, and repairs had to be carried out by French dockyard workers in Brest. Workers whom Scharnhorst's own captain acknowledged completed the work to a higher standard than German naval yards had managed. That is a remarkable admission, embedded quietly in the operational record, and it tells you something about the state of German naval industrial capacity in the early years of the war. The armament, as already noted, was a subject of continuous debate at the highest levels of German naval planning. 9 28cm guns in 3 triple turrets. Anton and Bruno forward in a super-firing arrangement. Caesar aft gave Scharnhorst genuine offensive power at long range, but the guns were smaller than those carried by British capital ships of comparable age. HMS Hood, with 8 38cm guns, outgunned her. HMS Renown, which Scharnhorst would encounter in Norwegian waters, carried 6 38cm guns. Even the older British battleships of the Queen Elizabeth class, which dated from the First World War, carried 15-inch weapons. The plan to rearm Scharnhorst with 6 38cm guns in twin turrets had been part of the original design from the outset. The hull structure had been reinforced to accommodate the heavier weapons. But the conversion was never carried out. The technical, logistical, and political obstacles were always too great. The timing was always wrong, and eventually the question ceased to be relevant. The secondary and anti-aircraft armament was substantial, and grew progressively heavier as the war continued. 12 15cm guns, 8 in twin turrets and 4 in individual mounts, provided the secondary battery. The heavy anti-aircraft armament consisted of 14 10.5cm guns, directed by 4 stabilized fire control directors. The light anti-aircraft battery, which was the ship's last line of defense against attacking aircraft, began the war at 10 20mm guns and was eventually expanded to 38 as the air threat grew. 6 53cm torpedo tubes, taken from the light cruiser Nürnberg and installed in 1941, added a weapon that was not typically associated with a capital ship, but which reflected the increasingly pragmatic equipping decisions of a navy fighting a war with limited resources. 3 Arado 196 float planes were carried in a hangar aft, launched from a single catapult. These aircraft served primarily as scouts, extending Scharnhorst's visual horizons far beyond what the masts and radar could achieve, and allowing the ship to locate convoys, identify escorts, and gather tactical intelligence before committing to an engagement. The float plane was a technology that sounds, from the distance of decades, almost quaint. A small biplane, launched from a battleship by a powder catapult, operating in some of the worst weather in the world. In practice, the Arado 196s operated by Scharnhorst proved their value repeatedly, and the moment during Operation Weserübung, when one was launched at extreme range to carry a message to Norwegian coastal installations, because broadcasting by radio would have betrayed the ship's position, captures something essential about how Scharnhorst was operated, constantly improvising, constantly managing constraints, using every tool available in conditions that were rarely ideal. The armor scheme was one of the most carefully considered aspects of the design, and it held up under punishment that would have destroyed a less well-protected ship. The central belt, 320 millimeters thick, protected the magazines and engine spaces. The armored deck ranged from 20 millimeters on the flat to 105 millimeters on the sloped sections connecting to the bottom of the belt. This arrangement was intended to defeat both direct fire from flat trajectories and plunging fire from long range, the two threat modes that a capital ship in the 1930s and 40s had to prepare for. It worked. Over the course of her career, Scharnhorst absorbed bomb hits, mine detonations, torpedo strikes, and shell fire that would have sent a lighter ship to the bottom. The armor bought the crew time, and time bought the engineers and damage control parties the opportunity to keep her afloat. She was, in that specific technical sense, an extremely well-made ship. It was the sum of the circumstances around her, strategic, mechanical, meteorological, that kept working against her. The crew that commissioned Scharnhorst in January of 1939 numbered 56 officers and 1,613 enlisted men, a figure that grew during wartime operations to approximately 60 officers and 1,780 men, plus an additional contingent when the ship served as a squadron flagship. By the time of her final operation, in December of 1943, the crew numbered approximately 1,968 men. Of those, 36 survived. The disproportion, the vast majority of the people who served in Scharnhorst's final battle, going down with her into Arctic water at approximately 7:45 in the evening, is one of those facts that resists easy processing. It is not a number to be moved past quickly. It is a number to be held for a moment before continuing. The commissioning ceremony on the 7th of January, 1939, was conducted at Wilhelmshaven with the standard naval formality of the era. The ship's first commanding officer was Kapitän zur See Otto Ziliaks, who would later, in an odd twist of operational history, return to Scharnhorst in a different role, commanding the entire Channel Dash operation in February of 1942. His tenure as the ship's captain was brief. In September of 1939, an illness forced him onto sick leave, and command passed to Kapitän zur See Kurt Kaiser Hoffmann, who would lead the ship through some of her most significant early operations and hold command until April of 1942. Hoffmann was awarded the Knight's Cross for his service aboard Scharnhorst, an indication of how the ship's operations were regarded at the highest levels of the German military. He turned over a ship that had been, under his watch, both dangerous and repeatedly damaged. The tension between those two qualities, dangerousness and damage proneness, is the central theme of Scharnhorst's existence, and it was already beginning to establish itself, even before the ship had fired a shot in anger. The bow modification, the boiler problems, the delayed commissioning, the classification dispute, all of it pointed toward a vessel that was impressive in conception, but that would require constant tending, constant repair, constant management. In peacetime, that would have been inconvenient. In a war that required German capital ships to be available, operational, and at sea as often as possible, it would prove to be something considerably more consequential. The war began on the 1st of September, 1939. Scharnhorst was still in the dockyard, still being modified, still not ready. She would not conduct her first operation until late November. The war, as noted, had not waited for her. It rarely would. Chapter 3, First Blood, the Rawalpindi, and the Northern Patrol. The first time Scharnhorst went to war, it was November of 1939. The war was barely 2 months old, and the mission assigned to her and her sister Gneisenau was not quite the decisive fleet action that either ship had been built for. The objective was the Northern Patrol, the line of British cruisers and armed merchant cruisers strung between Iceland and the Faroe Islands, tasked with intercepting German ships attempting to reach the Atlantic or return from it. The German intent was partly to force the British to divert attention from the South Atlantic, where the heavy cruiser Admiral Graf Spee was being hunted, and partly to test the operational readiness of the two new battleships in genuine wartime conditions. Both ships left Wilhelmshaven on the 21st of November in company with the light cruisers Köln and Leipzig and 3 destroyers, though the smaller vessels parted company the following morning. The battleships proceeded north. The weather, as it would in almost every major operation of Scharnhorst's career, made itself immediately felt as a factor. The ship they found on the 23rd of November was HMS Rawalpindi. She was an armed merchant cruiser, a converted passenger liner of the Peninsular and Oriental Steam Navigation Company, given some guns and some naval crew, and assigned to patrol duties that her thin commercial hull had never been designed to handle. Her captain was Edward Kennedy, a Royal Navy officer with long service. He had no realistic chance against what he was about to face. Rawalpindi was approximately 14,000 tons, carrying some 8-inch and 6-inch guns that were adequate against other converted merchantmen, but were not, by any reasonable calculation, capable of defeating a battleship. When Scharnhorst lookouts spotted the vessel at 4 minutes past 4 in the afternoon, the range gap between what Rawalpindi could do and what Scharnhorst could do was not a tactical problem. It was an absolute condition. At 3 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, Scharnhorst opened fire. 3 minutes later, a salvo of her 28-centimeter guns struck Rawalpindi's bridge, killing Captain Kennedy and most of the officers on the bridge almost immediately. During the brief engagement that followed, Rawalpindi managed to score a single hit on Scharnhorst. Minor splinter damage, nothing more. But she had done something more significant than that. She had gotten a sighting report out. The cruiser HMS Newcastle arrived on the scenes as rescue operations were underway, and the appearance of Newcastle caused Admiral Wilhelm Marschall aboard Gneisenau to order Scharnhorst to cease rescue operations and withdraw. The report from Rawalpindi and the contact from Newcastle set the British home fleet in motion almost immediately. Battleships Nelson and Rodney left the Clyde. Battlecruisers Hood and the French Dunkirk left Devonport. The Northern Patrol had just become very much more expensive to transit. What happened next tells you a great deal about how the Kriegsmarine operated in these early months of the war, and how much of its success depended on signals intelligence rather than tactical superiority. German naval intelligence, the B-Dienst, the Signals Interception Service, had been reading British naval communications with considerable effectiveness, and Marshall was able to track the British deployments in something close to real time. Aware of the positions of the British battleships and battlecruisers moving to intercept him, Marshall retreated northwards and waited, deliberately, patiently, for bad weather to cover his return. When the storms arrived, as they reliably do in the northern latitudes in November, he used them. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau slipped through the gap between Shetland and Norway and reached Wilhelmshaven on the 27th of November. They had sunk an opponent and evaded the entire British response to that sinking. On paper, this was a strategic success. On the bodies of the ships, it was less tidy. Both battleships had sustained significant damage from the storms encountered on the return passage. Not from enemy action, but from the sea itself, the same sea that had demonstrated the inadequacy of Scharnhorst's bow during trials. Scharnhorst went back into dock at Wilhelmshaven for repairs, and while in dock her boilers were overhauled. This pattern, operation, weather damage, repair, was already establishing itself as the dominant rhythm of Scharnhorst's life. It was a rhythm that would persist, with variations, for the next 4 years. The enemies she encountered with guns were manageable. The sea and the machinery inside her hull were not. Following the completion of repairs, Scharnhorst returned to the Baltic Sea for gunnery training. Heavy ice in the Baltic kept her there longer than planned, and she did not return to Wilhelmshaven until the 5th of February, 1940. Between the 18th and 20th of February, she participated in Operation Nordmark, a sortie into the North Sea as far as the Shetland Islands, intended to intercept British convoys between Bergen and England. No ships were sighted. The operation was not a failure so much as a non-event, a brief excursion into cold waters that found nothing and damaged nothing. In the context of the war that was coming that spring, the thunderclap of the Norwegian campaign, the sudden, violent reorganization of the strategic situation in Northern Europe, Operation Nordmark would quickly be forgotten, but it was another entry in the ship's operational log, another seagoing commitment completed, and it kept the crew sharp in the weeks before everything changed. What changed, of course, was Norway. The German decision to invade Denmark and Norway simultaneously, launched on the 9th of April, 1940, was one of the boldest and most operationally risky gambles of the entire war. The plan required landing forces at multiple points along the Norwegian coast. Narvik in the far north, Trondheim in the middle, Bergen, Kristiansand, Stavanger, and Oslo further south. All on the same morning, before the British could respond. The naval component of this operation was Weserübung, and it required the Kriegsmarine to expose its most valuable surface units to the Royal Navy in conditions where the British held significant advantages. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were assigned to cover the most dangerous part of the operation, the landings at Narvik and Trondheim, the two northernmost objectives, the ones most exposed to intervention from British forces, based in the north of Scotland. The two battleships were the strongest shield the Germans could put between their invasion convoys and the Royal Navy. The departure from Wilhelmshaven on the morning of the 7th of April was conducted in conditions that immediately began to complicate matters. By evening, the weather had deteriorated to the point where several of the accompanying destroyers could not maintain the required speed of 27 knots and fell behind. Heavy winds caused structural damage and contaminated a portion of Scharnhorst's fuel stores. The following morning, one of the trailing destroyers, Bernd von Arnim, was in contact with a British destroyer, HMS Glowworm, and the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper was sent to deal with the situation. Glowworm, facing overwhelming force, attempted to ram Admiral Hipper before sinking and managed to damage the German cruiser before being destroyed. Glowworm also transmitted a contact report, and the transmission reached HMS Renown, the British battle cruiser on patrol in northern waters. The situation was developing quickly, and Scharnhorst was at the center of it. What happened on the morning of the 9th of April? The encounter with HMS Renown introduced the specific quality of bad luck, or perhaps more precisely bad timing, that would characterize Scharnhorst's major engagements so consistently. Gneisenau's radar detected a contact at 4:30 in the morning, bringing both crews to action stations. Half an hour later, Scharnhorst navigators spotted gun flashes. Renown was already firing at Gneisenau. The Germans returned fire almost immediately. Gneisenau was hit twice in the opening minutes of the engagement, one shell disabling her rear turret, and then Scharnhorst's radar, the very instrument on which she depended to engage at long range in poor visibility, malfunctioned. It simply failed at the worst possible moment, leaving Scharnhorst unable to range effectively on a target she could barely see. She could hear the battle, she could not fight it properly. When HMS Renown shifted fire to Scharnhorst at 18 minutes past 5 in the morning, the German ship maneuvered to avoid the falling shells and used her superior speed to open the range. By 7:15, both German battleships had outrun the pursuing Renown and were clear. The escape was achieved through speed and maneuver, the same formula that would serve Scharnhorst repeatedly when the situation turned against her. But the outcome of the engagement left the German ships in a difficult position. Running from a British battlecruiser during a major invasion operation, with mechanical damage developing in Scharnhorst's starboard turbines from the sustained high-speed running, and with her forward Anton turret put out of action by flooding. The operation had succeeded in the narrow sense that the invasion landings preceded. But Scharnhorst herself had not covered herself in anything simple at the Westfjord. She had survived. That was the outcome. Chapter 4, Operation Juno and the Sinking of Glorious, the longest shot. The 3rd of June, 1940, was in many ways the worst week of the war so far for the Western Allies. The evacuation of Dunkirk had just ended. The British Expeditionary Force had been extracted from the beaches of northern France, but at the cost of nearly all its heavy equipment. France was in the process of collapsing. The strategic situation was one of comprehensive British retreat, and in Norway, where small Allied forces had been fighting to hold the German invasion, the decision had been made to withdraw. The evacuation of the Allied forces from Narvik was underway, a decision kept secret from the Norwegian government until almost the last moment. Convoys were moving, transports were loading, aircraft carriers were operating in Norwegian waters to provide air cover. It was into this situation, chaotic, rushed, and burdened with the weight of multiple simultaneous disasters, that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau steamed out of Kiel on the 4th of June, 1940. The operation was called Juno, and its stated purpose was to interrupt Allied efforts to resupply the Norwegian campaign and to relieve pressure on German troops still fighting in the Narvik area. The force assembled for Juno consisted of Scharnhorst as flagship, Gneisenau, the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, and 4 destroyers. Vice Admiral Wilhelm Marschall commanded from Scharnhorst. On the 7th of June, the squadron rendezvoused with the tanker Dithmarschen to refuel Admiral Hipper and the destroyers. The following day began with the sighting and destruction of the British trawler HMT Juniper and the 5,666-ton oil tanker Oil Pioneer. Marshall then detached Admiral Hipper and the destroyers to deal with other targets, a decision that later generated considerable controversy within the Kriegsmarine command structure, since it reduced his close escort at precisely the moment when the situation was about to become much more significant. At 17:45 on the 8th of June, Scharnhorst lookouts spotted HMS Glorious and her 2 escorting destroyers, HMS Ardent and HMS Acasta, at a range of roughly 40,000 meters, over 43,000 yards, approximately 25 miles. Glorious was an aircraft carrier, a converted battlecruiser from the First World War, rebuilt into a carrier in the 1920s, capable of carrying and operating aircraft, but not remotely capable of defending herself against a battleship's guns. She had aboard her a significant complement of RAF aircraft that had been evacuated from Norwegian airfields, and her captain, Guy Doyley Hughes, had, according to the post-war historical record, been conducting a court-martial at the time of the contact. There is debate, and it is genuine historiographical debate, not embellishment, about whether Glorious was keeping an adequate lookout and why she had not launched aircraft to search ahead of her. Those questions were not answerable at the time, and some of them remain contested today. At 32 minutes past 6 in the evening, Scharnhorst opened fire on Glorious at a range of 26,000 meters, roughly 16 miles. 6 minutes after opening fire, Scharnhorst scored a hit. The shell struck the carrier's upper hangar and started a major fire. Less than 10 minutes after that, a shell from Gneisenau struck the bridge and killed Glorious's captain. The two destroyers, Ardent and Acasta, responded with the only weapons available to them. They laid smoke screens and attempted to shield the carrier, and eventually launched torpedo attacks against the German battleships. The smoke screens were defeated by radar. The torpedo attacks were desperate, brave, and ultimately fatal for both destroyers. Glorious went to the bottom after approximately an hour of shooting. Ardent and Acasta followed her. The hit that Scharnhorst achieved, at a range of approximately 25,600 meters, very roughly 15.5 miles, was recorded as one of the longest-range naval gunfire hits in the history of warfare to that point, and possibly in the entire historical record of surface naval combat. That fact sits there in the operational record, precise and somewhat extraordinary. A moment of terrible gunnery excellence in the middle of a completely one-sided engagement, and then the torpedo found her. As Acasta sank, one of the 4 torpedoes she had fired in her final minutes struck Scharnhorst at 39 minutes past 7 in the evening. The torpedo hit at the stern on the starboard side. It tore a hole 14 meters long and 6 meters high in the hull, and admitted approximately 2,500 tons of water into the ship. The rear Caesar turret was disabled. 48 men were killed. The flooding caused a list of 5 degrees and increased the stern draft by nearly a meter, forcing Scharnhorst to reduce speed to 20 knots. The starboard propeller shaft was destroyed. The ship's machinery was seriously compromised. In one stroke, the ship that had achieved one of the war's most remarkable gunfire hits had been transformed from a fully operational capital ship into a damaged vessel limping toward the nearest port. The nearest port was Trondheim, and Scharnhorst reached it on the afternoon of the 9th of June, where the repair ship Huascarán was waiting. What followed was demonstration of how entirely the Royal Navy prioritized the destruction of Scharnhorst, even when she was damaged and in harbour. On the 10th of June, an RF Coastal Command reconnaissance plane spotted the ship. On the 11th of June, 12 Hudson bombers dropped 36 armour-piercing bombs, all of which missed. The Royal Navy then sent the battleship Rodney and the carrier Ark Royal to deal with Scharnhorst directly. On the 13th of June, Ark Royal launched 15 Skua dive bombers. German fighters intercepted the attack and shot 8 of them down. The remaining 7 attacked Scharnhorst and scored 1 hit, and the bomb failed to detonate. 1 hit, no detonation. Scharnhorst's luck was running in multiple directions simultaneously. Preliminary repairs were completed by the 20th of June, and the ship began the return journey to Germany. The British launched 2 further air attacks during the transit. 6 Swordfish torpedo bombers in the first wave and 9 Beaufort bombers in the second, and both were driven off. At one point during the return voyage, British warships came within roughly 35 nautical miles of Scharnhorst's position before she turned for Stavanger, and the following day she made for Kiel. Repairs at Kiel lasted approximately 6 months, half a year in dock for a ship that had been operational for less than 18 months. The torpedo from Acasta had, in a very real sense, taken Scharnhorst out of the war for the rest of 1940. She would miss Operation Rheinübung, the sortie of Bismarck in May of 1941, which ended in Bismarck's destruction, because her boilers were being repaired during that operation. The timing, as so often with Scharnhorst, was both specific and consequential. There are historians who argue that the sinking of HMS Glorious and her 2 destroyers was one of the more significant British disasters of a period rich in them. The carrier was lost with the majority of her crew, and the 2 destroyers went down with nearly all of theirs. The exact casualty figures remain subjects of historical investigation because the rescue effort was delayed, and many men who survived the sinkings died in the cold water before help arrived. The failure of British intelligence to anticipate Scharnhorst and Gneisenau's sortie, the apparent inadequacy of Glorious's lookout arrangements, and the question of why no distress signal reached the British home fleet in time to dispatch rescuers quickly. All of these points were subjects of post-war inquiry and remain subjects of qualified debate. None of this diminishes the achievement of HMS Acasta and the men who served in her. They took a destroyer against 2 battleships, and they put a torpedo into one of them. That torpedo cost Scharnhorst 6 months. The engagement off Norway in June of 1940 had, in the space of one afternoon, produced 3 things simultaneously. First, evidence that Scharnhorst could achieve extraordinary gunnery results at extreme range in favourable conditions. Second, evidence that a single torpedo from a dying destroyer could put her out of the war for half a year. Third, the beginning of a pattern in which virtually every significant operational success achieved by Scharnhorst was immediately followed by damage that required extended repair. Operation Weserübung, radar failure and turbine damage. Operation Juno, torpedo hit, 6 months in dock. The pattern would continue through the Atlantic raid, through the Channel Dash, through the Norwegian deployment. Scharnhorst was almost never simply operational and undamaged at the same time. Something was always being repaired, or about to be. That is what unlucky ships are. Not ships that always fail, but ships on which success and damage arrive inseparably together. Chapter 5, Operation Berlin into the Atlantic. The idea behind Operation Berlin, the designation given to the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau Atlantic sortie of early 1941, was strategically straightforward. The 2 most capable surface units available to Germany would slip into the North Atlantic, operate against the Allied convoy routes, sink as many merchant ships as possible, and return home. The Kriegsmarine had been attempting to get this operation underway since the summer of 1940, but the perpetual state of repair that both ships seemed to inhabit had made it impossible to execute until the new year. A first attempt in late December of 1940 had to be abandoned when a storm damaged Gneisenau off Norway. Scharnhorst emerged undamaged from the same storm, which was not typical. Repairs were quickly completed, and on the 22nd of January 1941, both ships finally left port under the command of Admiral Günther Lütjens, flying his flag aboard Gneisenau. The British detected the German ships in the Skagerrak and deployed the home fleet to block a breakout into the Atlantic, sending units to cover the passage between Iceland and the Faroe Islands. The Germans detected the patrolling British cruiser Naiad at long range, their radar giving them the edge in this particular encounter, and retreated temporarily until a weather squall allowed them to pass unseen. After refueling from the tanker Adria in the Arctic Ocean on the 30th of January, the battleships entered the Atlantic undetected through the Denmark Strait during the night of the 3rd and 4th of February. They had broken through. The convoy routes lay ahead of them, and the Atlantic, immense, dark, and at this season extremely hostile, stretched in every direction. The first contact with a convoy came on the 8th of February. Lookout spotted convoy HX-106 with its merchant ships escorted by the battleship HMS Ramillies, and here the first of the operational constraints that would define the entire Berlin sortie made itself felt. Lütjens's orders were explicit. German capital ships were not to engage Allied capital ships. The reasoning was strategic. A damaged or lost Scharnhorst or Gneisenau could not be easily replaced, and the Kriegsmarine could not afford to trade capital ships against British capital ships, even in favourable conditions, because Germany had fewer and built them more slowly. So Lütjens called off the attack on HX-106 the moment Ramillies was identified. Scharnhorst's captain, Kurt Kaiser Hoffmann, closed to 23,000 meters in an attempt to draw Ramillies away from the convoy so that Gneisenau could attack their unprotected merchants. But Lütjens ordered Hoffmann to rejoin the flagship immediately. The convoy sailed on, unmolested, with its battleship escort. The frustration generated by this encounter, the inability to attack a convoy because of a single old battleship, was felt throughout the operation, and it reflected a fundamental asymmetry in the British and German approaches to convoy protection at this stage of the war. The British had learned through long and painful experience that a single capital ship escort was often enough to deter a German surface raider, because the Germans could not afford to fight it. A battleship sitting in the middle of a convoy was, in effect, a lock that German surface forces could not pick without violating their orders. The result was that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau spent much of Operation Berlin looking at convoys they could not attack, hunting for independent ships they could destroy, and retreating from escorts they were forbidden to engage. The operation was still dangerous and effective, but it was constrained in a way that the pre-war concept of a surface raider had not fully anticipated. Independent and dispersed ships were a different matter. On the 22nd of February, Gneisenau found 3 independently sailing merchant ships from a recently dispersed convoy, and the battleships began hunting alone outside the convoy lanes. Gneisenau sank 4 vessels totaling roughly 19,634 gross registered tons. Scharnhorst sank the 6,150-ton tanker Lustrous. These were real losses for the Allies, and they accelerated the operational tempo significantly. Lütjens moved the ships toward the West African convoy routes, where Karl Dönitz, commanding the U-boats, had sent 3 submarines for possible combined operations. On the 6th of March, the battleships met the submarine U-124 northwest of Cape Verde in order to coordinate their activities. The following morning, they encountered convoy SL-67, this time escorted by the battleship HMS Malaya. And again, by Lütjens's orders, the attack was forbidden. What followed was one of the more innovative tactical episodes of the operation. Lütjens could not attack the convoy himself, but he could shadow it and direct the U-boats to attack. U-105 and U-124 attacked the convoy during the night of the 8th and 9th of March and sank 5 ships, totaling 28. 1,488 tons, though they could not find Malaya in the darkness. The German battleships were serving not as raiders but as directors, fixing the convoy's position, tracking its course, and feeding the submarines onto the target. It was an early example of the kind of combined operations that Dönitz had long advocated, and it demonstrated that surface ships and submarines could cooperate effectively even without a formal joint command structure. The Allies would eventually develop countermeasures against exactly this kind of cooperation. But in March of 1941, those countermeasures were not yet in place. The great blow of the operation came on the 15th and 16th of March. The two battleships, with two tankers in company, encountered ships from a dispersed convoy in the mid-Atlantic. Scharnhorst sank 6 ships totaling 35,080 gross registered tons. Gneisenau sank 7 ships totaling 26,693 tons and captured 3 more as prizes. It was the most productive 48 hours of the entire sortie, and it cost the German ships nothing. But the distress signals from the victims brought HMS Rodney racing out from convoy HX-114. Rodney surprised Gneisenau in the evening, and the German battleship used her speed to escape in the darkness. Lutyens concluded that the risk of further operations in the North Atlantic was becoming unsustainable, and he decided to head for Brest in occupied France. The ships reached Brest on the 22nd of March. Throughout the sortie, Scharnhorst had sunk 8 ships, totaling roughly 49,300 tons. The total for both ships combined was 22 ships and approximately 115,600 tons. By the metrics of a commerce raiding operation, it was a significant success. But the machinery problem had been present the entire time. Throughout Operation Berlin, Scharnhorst had suffered repeated difficulties with the superheater tubes in her boilers. The same components that had caused problems before, now causing problems in the middle of a mid-Atlantic operational deployment, where replacement parts and German dockyard workers were not available. The repairs that were carried out in Brest were performed by French naval dockyard workers, and Scharnhorst's own captain noted that those workers completed the boiler tube replacement to a higher standard than had been achieved in Germany. The repairs lasted until July of 1941, which meant that Scharnhorst was unavailable during Operation Rheinübung. The sortie by Bismarck and Prinz Eugen in May of that year. Bismarck was sunk on the 27th of May. Had Scharnhorst been operational and available to join that operation, the history of those days might have been different. She was not. Her boilers kept her in Brest. Brest, it turned out, was not a safe harbour. From the moment Scharnhorst and Gneisenau arrived in March of 1941, RAF Bomber Command added them to the target list and began an extended campaign to destroy them in port. Winston Churchill had ordered that Bomber Command temporarily redirect its effort toward the U-boat ports and the threat posed by German capital ships, recognizing that these vessels were doing more damage to Allied shipping than any other single factor. Between the 30th of March and the 7th of July, 19 major raids took place on Brest. The Germans installed smoke generators, which obscured the harbour effectively and frustrated many of the attacks. Scharnhorst was not hit in these early raids, though Gneisenau was damaged by a torpedo and then by 4 bombs, and Prinz Eugen was seriously damaged by a bomb on the 1st of July. The concentration of 3 major German warships in one port, all being attacked continuously, was causing the German Naval Command to reconsider the entire strategic concept of Brest as a forward base. The 5 bombs that hit Scharnhorst at La Palisse on the 24th of July 1941. After she had moved temporarily to conduct trials away from the congested Brest Harbour, represent one of the more statistically improbable events of the ship's career. Not because the number was large, but because of the mix of outcomes. 3 of the 5 bombs were 454 kilogram armor-piercing bombs, all 3 of which failed to detonate. The 2 smaller 227 kilogram bombs both exploded on the armored deck, causing significant flooding and an 8-degree list to starboard. 2 men were killed and 15 injured. The bombs that should have been most dangerous, the large armor-piercing weapons designed to defeat armored decks, were duds. The smaller bombs that should have been less dangerous caused the actual structural damage. The ship made it back to Brest and into dry dock. Repairs took 4 months. By the time those repairs were complete, the strategic situation had shifted again, and a new plan was forming, one that would eventually become, in February of 1942, the most audacious surface navigation operation of the war. Chapter 6, The Channel Dash, Cerberus and the Daylight Sprint, continued and completed. At 22:45 on the 11th of February, 1942, Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Prinz Eugen slipped out of Brest Harbour under cover of darkness, with a screen of 6 destroyers and a total escort that would eventually grow to more than 30 smaller vessels. The departure was not detected by the British. A standing RAF reconnaissance patrol over Brest had been ordered for that night, but the aircraft assigned to it developed a radar malfunction and returned to base, and the replacement sortie was delayed. The patrol that should have been watching the harbour mouth was not there. The 3 ships and their escorts moved east at just over 27 knots, and the English Channel, one of the world's most congested stretches of water, effectively a narrow corridor between 2 hostile nations, received them in darkness. The Germans had been planning this operation for more than a month. The British, as events would show, had anticipated something very like it. But anticipating a plan and stopping it are separated by an enormous operational distance. By 6 o'clock in the morning of the 12th of February, the German squadron was off Cherbourg, already well into the Channel. They remained undetected. It was not until 20 past 11 in the morning, with the squadron steaming past the Strait of Dover in full daylight, that British air reconnaissance finally confirmed what had happened. The reaction that followed was one of the most disorganized sequences of British military operations in the entire war, and it was disorganized not from lack of courage, but from lack of coordination, and a near total absence of the specific weapons that might have stopped the German ships. 6 Swordfish biplane torpedo bombers of 825 Naval Air Squadron, led by Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond, who had participated in the attack on Bismarck the previous year, took off from Manston Airfield at 12:28 in the afternoon without the full fighter escort that had been promised. They found the German ships. They pressed their attacks. Every single Swordfish was shot down. Esmonde was killed. Of the 18 men who flew in those 6 aircraft, only 5 survived. Esmond was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross. The courage involved was absolute. The tactical result was nothing. Not a single torpedo struck a German ship. 5 motor torpedo boats attacked and were turned back. Coastal artillery at Dover fired at maximum range but scored no hits. The range was simply too great, and the squadron was moving too fast for the time of flight calculations to be reliable. Bomber Command dispatched 342 aircraft over the course of the day, but the Overcast and the Luftwaffe fighter umbrella held, and not one bomb struck the fleeing ships. The 15 destroyers that finally intercepted the German squadron off the Dutch coast came the closest to forcing a real engagement. They made a front les mains incendiaires torpedo attack under fire that required genuine bravery, but scored no hits. The British air and sea response to the Channel Dash was a comprehensive failure, and the British press and public received the news of the German passage with something between astonishment and fury. The Times of London called it the most mortifying humiliation since the Dutch raid on the Medway in 1667, a comparison that expressed the depth of the embarrassment, even if it perhaps overstated the historical parallel. The ships had passed through the English Channel in broad daylight. The Royal Navy had been powerless to stop them, and then, with almost theatrical inevitability, the mines. The German minesweeping program had been thorough, but not complete. At 14:17 in the afternoon, Scharnhorst struck a magnetic mine in the German Bight, approximately 22 nautical miles southeast of Vlieland. The explosion caused flooding aft, disabled both outer propeller shafts, and reduced her speed to 12 knots. Ciliax transferred his flag to the destroyer Hermann Schumann, and Scharnhorst limped on while the flooding was controlled, and the engineers managed a partial restoration of propulsion. 2 hours and 23 minutes after the first mine, she was back to 27 knots. An extraordinary demonstration of damage control. But at around 21:55, she struck a second mine, this one in the northern Frisian Islands area, which caused additional flooding aft. Again, the crew controlled the damage. Gneisenau also struck a mine during the transit. Both ships reached German ports, Scharnhorst arriving at Wilhelmshaven during the early morning of the 13th of February, battered, flooded aft, and requiring immediate docking. The operation had succeeded. The 3 ships were home, and 2 of the 3 ships had sailed into minefields that their own minesweepers had theoretically already cleared. The British press reaction and the German public relations response occupied 2 entirely different registers. In Germany, the Channel Dash was celebrated as a triumph of daring and skill, which, in terms of the planning and the execution of the transit itself, it genuinely was. In Britain, the immediate public anger was followed within days by a more measured analysis. The ships had moved from a position where they were threatening the Atlantic convoy routes to a position in a German port where they were far less strategically dangerous and far more exposed to RAF area bombing. Winston Churchill acknowledged privately, in a note to his chiefs of staff, that while the passage was a tactical humiliation, the strategic balance had in fact moved in Britain's favour. Scharnhorst was now in Wilhelmshaven, her boilers and mine damage requiring extensive repair. Her operational area for the near future shifted from the Atlantic to the North Sea and eventually the Norwegian fjords. The Channel Dash had been a bold stroke that moved the German ships from an inconvenient position to a slightly less dangerous one. Whether it was a victory depended entirely on what you had been hoping these ships would accomplish. The repairs after the Channel Dash mines took until the 20th of March, 1942. Scharnhorst then conducted a brief operational sortie in the North Sea on the 1st of March, during which she was ordered to turn back after intelligence suggested British heavy units were at sea. The sortie produced nothing. On the 3rd of April, Kapitän zur See Hoffmann, who had commanded the ship through Norway, through Operation Juno, through the sinking of Glorious, through Operation Berlin, through the Channel Dash, and through the mine damage, was relieved of command and replaced by Kapitän zur See Friedrich Hofmeier. Hoffmann had commanded Scharnhorst through the most operationally active period of her career, and the Knight's Cross he had been awarded was recognition of a sustained performance that, on balance, had been impressive given the conditions. His successor, Hufmeier, would hold command for a shorter time before he in turn was replaced by Kapitän zur See Friedrich Karl Topp in September of 1942, and then, in the autumn of 1943, by the officer who would command the ship in her final battle, Kapitän zur See Fritz Julius Hinze. The move to Norway, which became the defining strategic context of Scharnhorst's last active phase, was ordered in January of 1943. By that point, the Kriegsmarine's surface fleet strategy had settled into the postures that Hitler had insisted upon. The Norwegian coastline was to be defended as a potential Allied invasion target, and the heavy surface units were to sit in the Norwegian fjords as a fleet in being, threatening the Arctic convoys that Britain was running to the Soviet Union at Murmansk and Archangel, but not actively engaging them unless conditions were near perfect. The concept of a fleet in being, holding strategic influence through presence and potential, rather than through action, is well understood in naval theory. In practice, it required Scharnhorst and her consorts to spend months in Norwegian fjords, in near-permanent darkness in winter, in near-permanent daylight in summer, within range of British bombers, without the maintenance infrastructure that a German naval yard could provide. The morale of the crew, by all accounts, deteriorated. The ship trained. The ship waited. And in the winter of 1943 to 44, the waiting ended. There is something in the arc of the Channel Dash that summarizes Scharnhorst in miniature. A bold plan, brilliantly conceived and largely well executed by the men who carried it out. An escape from a situation that had become unsustainable. A destination, the Norwegian fjords, that turned out to be, in its own way, another unsustainable situation. And 2 mine hits, arriving at the moment of apparent triumph that required months of repair, and reminded everyone involved that this particular ship's relationship with good fortune was not straightforward. The mines were not bad luck in any simple sense. They were the residue of an incomplete minesweeping operation, a technical failure that had strategic consequences. Like almost every misfortune in Scharnhorst's career, it had a specific cause. The cumulative weight of those specific causes is what built the reputation that would follow her to the Arctic and beyond. The crew that had brought Scharnhorst through the Channel had served with skill and discipline, and Ciliax's post-operation report was generous in acknowledging the quality of the men who had kept the ship fighting through 2 mine detonations and the chaos of a full-day transit through hostile waters. The engineering staff, who had restored propulsion twice in a single day, had performed at a level well above what the training manuals would have predicted. The anti-aircraft crews had kept British aircraft at bay for hours. The navigation team had maintained formation with precision in congested and mined waters. These were not failures of the crew. The Channel Dash judged purely on what the crew was asked to do, and whether they did it was a success. It was the context around the operation, the strategic position that had made it necessary, the mine damage that ended it, the Norwegian fjords that awaited the ships on the other side, that made victory feel so much like its own complication. For Scharnhorst, complications were becoming a structural feature, rather than an exception. Chapter 7. The Fjords. Waiting, watching, and the weight of inaction. There is a particular quality to waiting that no amount of training can fully prepare a sailor for, especially when the waiting takes place in conditions that are as extreme as those found inside the Norwegian fjords in winter. Scharnhorst arrived at Trondheim in mid-January of 1943, joining a force that included Gneisenau, which would never again go to sea as a fighting ship, having suffered too much damage, being placed in reserve and never fully repaired. And the battleship Tirpitz, which had been in Norwegian waters since early 1942. The strategic purpose was clear enough, stated in orders that came from Hitler himself. The heavy ships were to remain in Norway, threatening the British with the possibility of attack on the Arctic convoys, forcing the Royal Navy to maintain a home fleet, strong enough to counter a potential sortie and being available if the Allies attempted a landing on the Norwegian coast. The threat alone had value. The battleship that sat in a fjord and never left still tied down British capital ships and consumed British planning attention. That was the theory. The practical reality of fjord deployment was rather different. The anchorages, Trondheim, then Narvik, then Altarfjord, in the far north of Norway, so high above the Arctic Circle that the sun did not rise at all during the winter months, were remote, cold, and difficult to supply. Anti-aircraft defenses were installed around the anchorages, and nets were strung to protect the ships from torpedo attack. But the geography that made the fjords tactically defensible also made them operationally suffocating. The ships could not conduct meaningful sea training in the confined waters. The crew could not go ashore in any meaningful sense. The nearby land was Norwegian, hostile in sentiment and largely empty. Mail was slow, leave was rare, the weather was bad, and the overriding purpose of the deployment, to wait, was psychologically corrosive in ways that operational commanders acknowledged in their reports but could not remedy. Scharnhorst's crew numbered nearly 2,000 men. They were, for months at a stretch, essentially imprisoned in the most powerful warship Germany had left in active service. The commander of the German Naval Group North, responsible for the Norwegian deployment, was Admiral Rolf Karls, who was replaced in February of 1943 by Admiral Otto Schneewind. The overall commander of the surface fleet was Admiral Erich Raeder, who had held that position since 1928, and who had consistently argued for an aggressive use of German surface ships against Allied supply lines. Raeder's position became untenable in January of 1943 following the Battle of the Barents Sea, an engagement in which Lutzow and Admiral Hipper, with 6 destroyers, attacked convoy JW51B in December of 1942 and were driven off by the convoy's much lighter destroyer escort. Hitler's rage at what he called the uselessness of his surface fleet, expressed in terms that the Naval Command found both humiliating and inaccurate, led directly to Raeder's resignation and his replacement by Karl Dönitz, the U-boat commander, in late January of 1943. Dönitz believed in submarines. He had managed surface ships reluctantly and would continue to do so. For Scharnhorst, sitting in a Norwegian fjord under an admiral who considered her a secondary priority, the political context had become as constrictive as the anchorage itself. The departure from Trondheim northward to Altarfjord in March of 1943 brought no improvement in the essential situation, only a change of scenery, and not an improvement in scenery. Altarfjord, roughly 70 degrees north latitude, is one of the most desolate anchorages in the world. In the depth of winter, it is nearly entirely dark. The surrounding landscape is of rock and snow, and the peculiar austere beauty of the high Arctic, which is not the kind of beauty that provides comfort to young men far from home and uncertain whether their ship will be ordered into a battle that their commanders had spent most of the past year avoiding. Tirpitz was also at Altarfjord, along with the heavy cruisers Lutzow and Admiral Scheer, which came and went at various points during the deployment. The force had genuine fighting power. Had it been committed together against an Arctic convoy, it would have been capable of destroying that convoy completely. But it was never committed together, and the individual sorties that were ordered were invariably cancelled before the moment of decision. The fleet in being was becoming a fleet in hiding. The one operation that briefly promised a genuine test of the Norwegian forces' offensive capability was Operation Zitronella, conducted on the 6th and 9th of September 1943, in which Scharnhorst, Tirpitz, and 10 destroyers bombarded the Allied weather station and small garrison at Spitsbergen. The operation was tactically successful. The weather station was destroyed, the small Norwegian garrison was overwhelmed, and the ships operated in Arctic waters without British interference. From the perspective of the crew, it was the first genuine action Scharnhorst had seen in more than a year and a half. Since the Channel Dash, minefields in February of 1942. It restored something in the crew's operational confidence, and the after-action reports described the ship and men as functioning well. But bombarding a weather station manned by a handful of Norwegian servicemen was not quite the strategic statement that anyone in the German naval command had been hoping the Norwegian deployment would produce. It was something to put in the war diary. It was not a turning of the tide. The British, meanwhile, were not passive. Throughout the spring and summer of 1943, they had attempted to attack the German ships at their moorings with midget submarines. The X-Craft, tiny vessels of roughly 30 tons, crewed by 4 men, designed to penetrate anti-torpedo nets and place explosive charges directly under the keels of anchored capital ships. The first major X-Craft operation against Tirpitz and Scharnhorst, Operation Source, was launched in September of 1943. 6 X-Craft were towed to the Norwegian coast by conventional submarines and then released for their independent approaches. 2 successfully attacked Tirpitz, placing charges that exploded under her keel on the 22nd of September and caused serious damage that kept her out of service for more than 6 months. The X-Craft targeting Scharnhorst, X-10, commanded by Lieutenant Kenneth Hudspeth, had suffered mechanical problems during the approach and was unable to complete the attack. Tirpitz was badly damaged and Scharnhorst was undamaged. Whether this was good fortune for Scharnhorst or merely a deferral of the inevitable is a question that subsequent events would answer in a specific and final way. With Tirpitz damaged and out of action, Scharnhorst became the most powerful surface unit available to the German Navy in Norwegian waters, and the pressure on her commanding officers to do something, to justify her presence, to threaten the convoys, to show that the Norwegian deployment had a purpose beyond the theoretical, became more acute. Dönitz, who had initially been skeptical of surface ship operations, was gradually being persuaded that Scharnhorst could be used effectively against the Arctic convoys, particularly during the polar night, when British air cover was limited and the convoys were most vulnerable. The convoys had been suspended during the summer of 1943. The continuous Arctic daylight made them too vulnerable to air attack, but they resumed in November, and the prospect of a convoy with reduced escort in near total darkness, carrying vital supplies for the Soviet war effort, was one that appeared to offer Scharnhorst genuine operational possibilities. The planning for such an operation was underway by late November of 1943. The discussions among the German Naval Command, recorded in documents that were captured after the war, reveal a command that was genuinely uncertain about the wisdom of committing Scharnhorst but was under sufficient political and strategic pressure to proceed with planning. The new commander of the German naval forces in Norway was Admiral Oskar Kumetz, who held the operational command, but whose authority was constrained by the same rules that had governed the Norwegian fleet throughout its deployment. Capital ships were not to be risked. Engagements with heavy British escorts were to be avoided. Operations were to be abandoned if the tactical situation became unfavourable. These rules were not unreasonable, given the impossibility of replacing Scharnhorst if she were lost. But they created an operational paradox. A ship powerful enough to destroy virtually any convoy escort it encountered, constrained by orders that forbade engaging convoy escorts. The resolution of this paradox, and the circumstances under which the constraints were finally, fatally ignored, would be the subject of the operation that began on the 25th of December, 1943, and ended on the 26th. But before that operation, there was a command change of the kind that, in retrospect, carries enormous weight. On the 22nd of September, 1943, Kapitän zur See Fritz Julius Hintze took command of Scharnhorst. Hintze was an experienced officer with a background in torpedo craft and staff work, and he was regarded within the Kriegsmarine as a capable and serious commander. He arrived aboard Scharnhorst at a moment when the ship had been in Norwegian fjords for most of the year, when her crew was well trained, but psychologically worn by inaction. When Tirpitz had just been taken out of service by the X-craft attack, and when the operational pressure to conduct an Arctic convoy sortie was building toward an eventual decision point. The post-war testimony of survivors, there were 36 of them, and several were interviewed by British naval intelligence, suggests that Hintze was a respected commander who communicated clearly with his crew and maintained discipline and cohesion during a period when both were under strain. Some historical accounts suggest that Hintze had reservations about the final operation, though the evidence for this is incomplete and comes largely from survivor testimony rather than documentary record. What is documented is that on the evening of Christmas Day, 1943, Hintze took Scharnhorst to sea for the last time. The weeks preceding the departure were marked by the specific kind of operational tension that accumulates when a major decision is known to be approaching but has not yet been made. The convoys JW-55A and JW-55B were being tracked by German reconnaissance assets as they made their way toward the Soviet Union. JW-55B, sailing from Scotland, was located by German aircraft in the days before Christmas, and its position, speed, and estimated arrival time were transmitted to Scharnhorst's command. The decision to send Scharnhorst out, taken by Dönitz, approved in outline if not in detail by Hitler, and relayed to Admiral Bay, the flag officer who would command the operation at sea, was made at the highest levels of German military authority. The operation received the code word Ostfront, Eastern Front, a designation that carried a particular weight in the context of the war in December of 1943, when the Eastern Front was consuming German strength at a rate that made the convoys carrying Allied aid to the Soviet Union a matter of the most direct strategic importance. The men aboard Scharnhorst on Christmas Day, 1943, knew they were going after supplies bound for the forces fighting Germany's most important enemy. The full picture of what was waiting for them in the Arctic darkness was something they did not know. Chapter 8. The Admiralty Knows. British Intelligence and the Trap at North Cape. There is a particular kind of military operation that is described afterwards as a trap, a word that implies a deliberate design, a patient arrangement of forces, a moment when the hunter who thought he was the predator discovers that he was always the prey. The Battle of the North Cape, as the engagement on the 26th of December 1943 came to be called, was exactly that kind of operation. But the path to the trap was not smooth, and the British did not have perfect knowledge. What they had was very good intelligence. From signals interception, from aerial reconnaissance, from the tracking of Scharnhorst movements in the weeks before the operation. And a commander, Admiral Bruce Fraser, aboard HMS Duke of York, who understood both the opportunity and the window within which it would have to be seized. The intelligence picture that Fraser was working from was built from multiple sources, and its quality was a product of years of British investment in exactly the kind of signals intelligence capability that the German B-Dienst had used so effectively against the British in the early years of the war. The convoy at the center of the engagement was JW-55B 22 merchant ships bound for the Kola Inlet at Murmansk, carrying supplies for the Soviet war effort. The convoy had sailed from Loch Ewe in northwest Scotland on the 20th of December. By Christmas Day, it was in the Arctic Ocean, making its way through heavy weather that would have troubled any ship and was particularly severe for the smaller vessels in the escort. The close escort consisted of destroyers, corvettes, and minesweepers. A supporting force of 3 cruisers, HMS Belfast, HMS Sheffield, and HMS Norfolk, was operating in the area under Vice Admiral Robert Burnett. The covering force, the heavy element whose presence was concealed from the Germans, was HMS Duke of York, a modern battleship of the King George V class, along with the cruiser HMS Jamaica and 4 destroyers under Fraser himself. Fraser had positioned Duke of York well to the west, outside the range where German reconnaissance might detect her, waiting for the signal that Scharnhorst had sailed. The German decision to sortie was made on the basis of intelligence that was good in some respects and critically incomplete in others. German reconnaissance aircraft had located JW-55B and reported its position accurately. What German intelligence had not determined was the position and composition of the British covering force. Duke of York was not detected before the operation was launched, and the assumption within the German command, stated in the operational orders, was that no heavy British units were in the area. This assumption was wrong, and it was wrong because British operational security, specifically the measures taken to prevent Duke of York's movements from being intercepted or observed, had been effective. The British were also reading some German naval communications at this point in the war, though the precise extent of German signals being decrypted in December of 1943 remains a subject on which the full documentary record is not entirely open. What is clear from the post-war record is that Fraser's movements and positions on the 25th and 26th of December were informed by a level of intelligence about German intentions that gave him a substantial planning advantage. The German surface force that sailed on the evening of the 25th of December consisted of Scharnhorst and 5 destroyers, not the massive, combined force that might have been assembled had Tirpitz been operational and available. The force was under the command of Rear Admiral Eric Bay, who flew his flag aboard Scharnhorst. Bay had the same constraining orders that had governed German surface operations throughout the Norwegian deployment. Do not engage superior British forces. Withdraw if the tactical situation becomes unfavorable. Protect the ship from unacceptable risk. The intelligence picture he had been given, that no heavy British covering force was present in the operating area, was the foundation on which the entire operation rested. If that foundation was wrong, the operation was wrong with it, and the foundation was wrong. At the moment Scharnhorst left Altafjord, HMS Duke of York was already at sea, already closing the area, already positioning herself for an interception that Fraser had calculated with considerable care. The weather in the Arctic on the 25th and 26th of December was severe, even by the standards of that particular theatre. Heavy seas, wind force 7 to 8, darkness complete and unbroken at that latitude in that season, temperatures well below freezing, and spray freezing on impact with metal surfaces. The conditions were, in theory, favourable for Scharnhorst. She was faster than Duke of York, her radar was good, and the weather that made the convoy escorts' lives miserable would also make coordinated British anti-ship operations more difficult. What the weather did not do was neutralise British radar. HMS Belfast, Vice Admiral Burnett's flagship, made radar contact with Scharnhorst at 44 minutes past 8 on the morning of the 26th of December at a range of approximately 35,000 metres. The cruiser force was already between Scharnhorst and the convoy, which was precisely the position Fraser had intended. When Belfast illuminated with star shell, at 24 minutes past 9, Scharnhorst was visible in the Arctic darkness for the first time. A shock, apparently, to Admiral Bay, who had not expected to find British cruisers at that location. The first phase of the engagement, the encounter between Scharnhorst and Burnett's 3 cruisers, produced a hit on HMS Norfolk that killed or wounded approximately 30 men and put one of her radar sets and 2 of her gun turrets out of action. Scharnhorst was also hit during this exchange by at least 2 8-inch shells from Norfolk. Light damage, but damage nonetheless, including loss of some radar capability. More significantly, for what followed, Scharnhorst broke off the contact, turned away, and tried to find a route around the cruisers to reach the convoy. Burnett maintained contact and manoeuvred to continue blocking the convoy's northern approach. Scharnhorst made a second attempt to break through to the convoy from the south, and Burnett again placed his cruisers between the German ship and her target. A second engagement followed, in which Scharnhorst scored further hits on Norfolk and Sheffield, but was herself hit multiple times by the cruiser's gunfire. None of these hits caused serious structural damage to Scharnhorst. But the exchanges had consumed time, and time was the one commodity that Scharnhorst could not afford. Because Fraser's Duke of York was closing the position at maximum speed, unseen, and was now less than 40 nautical miles away. At 47 minutes past 4 in the afternoon, HMS Belfast's radar detected Duke of York closing from the west. At 12 minutes past 4, Duke of York's gunnery radar located Scharnhorst at approximately 45,000 metres, nearly 25 nautical miles. Fraser ordered Belfast to illuminate the target with star shell when the range had closed sufficiently, and at 17 minutes past 4 in the afternoon, the star shells burst in the Arctic sky. Scharnhorst was caught. Duke of York opened fire at a range of approximately 12,000 metres, and in the first broadside, the 133-kilogram shells of HMS Duke of York's 14-inch main battery struck Scharnhorst with an impact that the cruiser engagements had not approached. The first broadside hit the top of the forward Anton turret and put it out of action. A following salvo struck aft. The scale of the engagement had changed entirely. Scharnhorst turned away and tried to run. She was fast. At this point in the engagement, she was making approximately 28 to 29 knots, and her superior speed was the one factor that might have saved her. But a hit from HMS Duke of York struck her starboard machinery spaces and reduced her speed, the exact figure uncertain, but the consequence certain. Scharnhorst was now slower than she needed to be to escape, and the range that had been opening was stopped and then reversed. Duke of York maintained fire, and the torpedoes from the British destroyers HMS Savage, HMS Saumarez, HMS Scorpion, and the Norwegian Stord closed from multiple directions. Several torpedo hits struck Scharnhorst in the following minutes. The exact number remained the subject of post-war analysis, with British sources initially claiming up to 3 torpedo hits in this phase of the action, though more careful reconstruction of the action has suggested the number and timing are not entirely settled in the secondary literature. What is not in dispute is that Scharnhorst's speed fell further. Her list increased, and her capacity to fight back diminished with each passing minute. The final phase of the engagement, the delivery of the coup de grace by Duke of York, Belfast, Jamaica, and the destroyers, lasted approximately 90 minutes, from the opening of the main action to the last torpedo hits. Scharnhorst continued firing her aft turret for much of this period, and the destroyers that closed to torpedo range came under effective fire until the ship's fighting capacity was finally exhausted. The 4 destroyers Virago, Opportune, Musketeer, and Matchless delivered the final torpedo attack at close range. At around 1945, HMS Belfast observed an explosion, and the radar traces from Scharnhorst disappeared from British screens. HMS Scorpion, Matchless, Virago, and Opportune searched the position and found wreckage, oil, and survivors in the freezing water. 36 men were recovered alive. Approximately 1,932 men were not. The Arctic kept the rest. Admiral Fraser, speaking to the survivors brought aboard HMS Duke of York when they were transferred later, said something that became one of the most quoted statements of the naval war. He acknowledged the courage of Scharnhorst's crew. He recognized that they had fought under difficult circumstances. He said that any of them who had fought half as well as the men of Scharnhorst could be proud. The statement was not pro forma. It was a professional acknowledgement made by a man who understood naval warfare of the conditions under which the men in the water had fought and died. It does not require any endorsement of the cause those men served to. Recognize the quality of that acknowledgement. The dead were sailors. The cold water did not distinguish. Chapter 9. Inside the Ship. Crew, Culture, and the Experience of Serving Aboard Scharnhorst. The story of a warship is almost always told through the lens of the engagements she fought, the operations she conducted, and the decisions made by admirals in operations rooms far from the waterline. What this framing inevitably compresses is the experience of the people who actually lived inside the ship. The roughly 2,000 men for whom Scharnhorst was not a weapons platform or a strategic asset but a place. A collection of compartments, passageways, berthing spaces, machinery rooms, kitchens, and action stations, where they spent years of their lives in conditions that ranged from mundane to extreme. The social and material conditions aboard a German capital ship of this period are documented in a combination of post-war survivor testimony, the general record of Kriegsmarine crew conditions, and the limited but significant body of wartime German correspondence and memoir that survives. What emerges from these sources is a picture that is less heroic, less ideologically legible, and considerably more humanly recognizable than the dramatic historical narrative tends to suggest. The crew of Scharnhorst was drawn from across Germany, recruited partly through the traditional naval enlistment pipeline and partly through wartime conscription that expanded the Kriegsmarine's personnel base substantially as the war continued. The distinction between career naval personnel, those who had joined in the 1930s, who had trained for years before the war, who knew the sea and the ships with long familiarity, and the wartime conscripts who joined after 1939, was a persistent feature of the crew's social composition. By 1943, after 4 years of war, the older pre-war cadre was smaller, depleted by transfers, promotions to other postings, and casualties, and the crew contained a substantial proportion of men who had not chosen the Navy as a career, but had been assigned to it. What this meant for daily life and for performance under stress is something the sources address only partially, but the general picture from survivor testimony is of a crew that, by the final months, was professionally competent, reasonably cohesive, and not, in any meaningful sense, enthusiastic about the passive fjord deployment that occupied most of the final year. The daily routine aboard Scharnhorst in the Norwegian fjords. During the long months between January and December of 1943, was governed by the ship's standing orders, which imposed a structure of watches, drills, maintenance tasks, training exercises, and inspections that kept the crew physically occupied, even when there was nothing operationally happening. Reveal was at a fixed hour. Breakfast was followed by morning quarters, then work assignments. Drills, gunnery, damage control, firefighting, abandon ship were conducted regularly, and the ship's gunnery standards remained high throughout the Norwegian deployment, as evidenced by the accuracy of her fire in the first phase of the North Cape action. The food aboard German capital ships of this period was, by the standards of the service, reasonably good, considerably better than the rations available to the average German civilian by the middle of the war. But good food and regular drills could not address the fundamental problem of a crew confined to an anchorage in the Norwegian Arctic for months, at a stretch, watching the darkness or the midnight sun, with letters from home arriving slowly and leave almost entirely unavailable. Shore leave in Norway was limited and, for many of the crew, not particularly attractive. The towns near the anchorages were small, Norwegian, and not broadly welcoming to German servicemen. Whatever the formal situation of occupation required, some crew members learned basic Norwegian and formed acquaintances ashore. Others had no interest in doing so and stayed aboard or used the limited recreational facilities. A cinema for the ship's company, occasional music performances, the distribution of books and newspapers. The Kriegsmarine maintained a welfare system for its ship's companies that included regular mail delivery, the distribution of canteen goods, and visits from medical officers and chaplains. The institutional care was genuine, but institutions cannot substitute for the ordinary human connections, family, friends, familiar places that a prolonged sea deployment removes. The survivor testimony collected by British naval intelligence after the Battle of the North Cape touches on this theme repeatedly, noting that morale had been difficult to maintain and that the long periods of inaction had produced a kind of fatalistic acceptance among many of the crew. The division of the ship into functional departments: gunnery, engineering, navigation, communications, medical, supply, created the kind of small group loyalties and rivalries that are universal in any large institution under stress. The gunnery department, responsible for the main, secondary, and anti-aircraft batteries, was the largest, and in many ways the most technically demanding, requiring continuous training to maintain the standards needed for effective fire at the ranges at which capital ship engagements were fought. The engineering department, responsible for the boilers, turbines, and the extraordinary amount of auxiliary machinery that kept a modern warship functioning operated in the hottest, loudest, and most mechanically demanding spaces in the ship, often without direct access to information about what was happening tactically. An engineering officer in Scharnhorst's machinery spaces during the North Cape action knew he was under fire because the ship was maneuvering hard and taking hits, not because anyone was telling him. He kept the turbines running on the information available to him in his compartment, and that was all he could do. That specific situation, the act of doing your job in a compartment you might not leave, defines much of what crew, service in a fighting warship actually involved. The medical facilities aboard Scharnhorst were substantial for a warship of the period, including an operating theatre, dental equipment, and a pharmacy, adequate for the most common injuries and illnesses of naval service. The ship's medical officer had to deal not only with combat casualties when they occurred, but with the constant baseline of illness, injury, and psychological stress that a large crew in challenging conditions generates. The psychological dimension of crew welfare, what later generations would call mental health support, was addressed institutionally through the chaplaincy, the sports program, and the welfare system. But in terms of the formal medical framework of the German Navy in 1943, it was not a primary concern. The evidence of chronic stress, isolation, and anxiety is present in the historical record, not as a clinical subject, but as an undertone. In the letters, the memoir fragments, and the post-war testimony, men writing home about the sameness of the days, about the cold, about wanting to be somewhere else doing something other than waiting. These were human feelings. They are not extraordinary. They are, in fact, the most ordinary thing about the story of a ship that has otherwise accumulated so much historical weight. The relationship between the officers and the ratings aboard Scharnhorst followed the formal hierarchy of the Kriegsmarine, which was relatively rigid by the standards of some Allied navies, and which maintained a clear social as well as functional distance between ranks. The captain, Hintze from September of 1943, was a commanding presence in the social world of the ship, visible, respected, and responsible for a community of nearly 2,000 people in a way that went beyond purely tactical authority. His relationship with Admiral Bay, who came aboard as the flag officer for the final operation, was professionally correct and apparently not particularly close. They had not served together previously in circumstances that would have built the kind of trust that complex operations require. The briefing that Bay gave to his destroyer commanders before sailing on Christmas evening was, according to post-war accounts, relatively sparse. The operational orders had been received late. The planning time was short, and the intelligence picture that Bay was working from was, as noted, incomplete in the ways that mattered most. The crew of Scharnhorst went to sea on the 25th of December with orders that were specific about the objective and vague about the risks, which, as subsequent events demonstrated, was an extremely dangerous combination. The decision to tell the crew what was happening, to address them as a ship's company, rather than simply to issue orders, was made by Hintze before sailing, and the account of it preserved in survivor testimony gives one of the clearest pictures of the mood aboard Scharnhorst on Christmas Day, 1943. Hintze spoke to the crew over the ship's intercom, explained that they were going to attack a convoy carrying supplies to the Soviet Union, and framed the operation in terms of supporting German troops on the Eastern Front, a reference that, SN, in December of 1943, carried an immediate and visceral weight. Some survivors recalled that the announcement was received with something between grim resolution and relief. The long inaction was ending, at least. Others recalled that specific men had spoken quietly of bad omens, of the weather, of the darkness. Whether these recollections are precise reconstructions of the moment, or whether they have been shaped by the knowledge of what followed is impossible to determine from this distance. What is clear is that Scharnhorst sailed on Christmas evening, that her crew knew what they were going into, and that 1,932 of them did not come back. That number is the final measure of the human cost of the final operation, and it resists reduction to tactical analysis or strategic assessment. The 36 survivors were pulled from the water by British destroyers in temperatures that made survival a matter of minutes rather than hours. The fact that they survived at all was partly luck. They were in sections of the ship that were accessible when she went down, and partly the efficiency of the British rescue operation, which was carried out quickly despite the tactical situation and the weather conditions. British medical personnel treated the survivors as they were brought aboard, and intelligence officers interviewed them as soon as their condition permitted. The transcripts of those interviews are among the most direct primary sources available for understanding the final hours of Scharnhorst, and they are also, read carefully, among the most humanly devastating. Men describing the last minutes of their ship, answering questions about their commanding officers, explaining what they had been told and what they had experienced, still in the shock of survival after the extreme cold. The British interrogators, to their credit, treated the prisoners correctly, and the reports that resulted from the interviews are careful documents that acknowledge the quality of Scharnhorst's crew and the seamanship that the ship had demonstrated even in her final hours. The community that Scharnhorst contained, her 2,000 men, their families in Germany, the ports that had known her, the dockyard workers who had repaired her, dissolved on the 26th of December, 1943, in a way that warship losses always dissolve these communities, completely and irreversibly. The families of the dead did not learn the full details of what had happened for some time. The German government's announcement was careful and relatively sparse. The 36 survivors were held by the British until the end of the war, and many of their families did not know whether they were alive or dead for more than a year. The ordinary human aftermath of the loss of nearly 2,000 men. The letters that had to be written, the possessions that had to be returned, the questions that could not fully be answered, played out over years, not days. It is that aftermath, as much as the battle itself, that measures what the loss of Scharnhorst actually cost. Not in strategic terms, but in the terms that history always eventually returns to, which are the terms of individual human lives. Chapter 10, The Radar War. Technology, Intelligence, and Why Scharnhorst Lost. The outcome of the Battle of the North Cape was not predetermined, and it was not simply a matter of Duke of York being a larger ship than Scharnhorst. It was, at a deeper level, a contest between two different states of readiness in the technical and intelligence dimensions of naval warfare. And by December of 1943, Britain had been winning that contest steadily for at least 2 years. The radar, the signals intelligence, the operational doctrine, and the command and control arrangements that Fraser was able to deploy on the 26th of December were the product of hard-won development across the entire arc of the naval war, from the early convoy battles to the destruction of Bismarck to the long, grinding struggle in the Atlantic. Scharnhorst did not lose primarily because she was outgunned, though she was. She lost primarily because she was outinformed. because the British knew more about her movements than she knew about theirs, and because the gap in electronic sensing capability had reached the point where the tactical asymmetry was decisive. The radar situation at the Battle of the North Cape is one of the most clearly documented instances of electronic advantage determining a naval outcome in the Second World War. HMS Duke of York was fitted with the Type 273 radar, a surface search set, and the Type 274 gunnery radar, which could provide accurate range information at distances well beyond the horizon of direct observations and in weather conditions that visual observation could not penetrate. The Type 274 allowed Duke of York to open accurate fire on Scharnhorst at ranges where, in earlier decades, precise gunnery would have been impossible. Scharnhorst herself carried German Fumo radar, the Fumo 22 and Fumo 20, 7 sets, which gave her a surface search capability that was technically creditable by the standards of 1941. But by 1943, German radar development had fallen somewhat behind British progress in the specific capabilities that mattered most in surface combat, range accuracy, reliability, and the integration of radar data with gunnery directors. The radar malfunction that had compromised Scharnhorst's gunnery in the first Norwegian encounter in April of 1940, when her set failed at the critical moment against HMS Renown, was perhaps the earliest signal of a vulnerability that would persist and deepen. HMS Belfast's detection of Scharnhorst at a range of over 35,000 meters in the early hours of the 26th of December was a performance that the German ship's own radar, functioning as it was, might have matched in theory, but did not achieve in practice on that specific night. The first indication Scharnhorst had of Belfast's presence was the star shell that illuminated her, a reactive discovery rather than a proactive one. The shock of that illumination, apparent in the subsequent maneuvering, suggests that Admiral Bay had not had a clear radar picture of the British dispositions prior to the engagement, that he was operating in a situation where his electronic situational awareness was substantially inferior to that of his opponents. This is a technologically specific point, not a question of courage or seamanship. Scharnhorst's crew was competent. Her radar performance on the final day was the product of the state of German radar technology and doctrine in the context of a war in which Britain had devoted enormous resources to electronic sensing. The signals intelligence dimension, the question of what the British knew about German intentions before Scharnhorst sailed, is one on which the full picture remains somewhat restricted in the public record. What is established is that the British had been tracking the movements of Scharnhorst and the German naval force at Altafjord with considerable effectiveness in the weeks before the operation, and that the intelligence assessment of German capabilities and intentions that Fraser was working from was accurate in its most important components. The German assumption that no heavy British covering force was present in the area, an assumption embedded in the operational order for Ostfront, was not simply a failure of German reconnaissance. It was the result of British operational security measures that successfully concealed Duke of York's movements, combined with the effectiveness of British signals intelligence in identifying what the Germans did and did not know about the situation. The intersection of these two capabilities, the ability to know what the enemy knows and to prevent the enemy from knowing what you know, is the intelligence advantage that, in retrospect, made the ambush at North Cape something close to inevitable. The few MB radar warning receivers aboard Scharnhorst, passive systems designed to detect British radar emissions and warn the crew when the ship was being tracked, were a further dimension of the electronic warfare contest. British radar systems had been progressively improved in their frequency characteristics throughout the war, and by late 1943, some British radar emissions were in frequency bands that German VUMB receivers were not calibrated to detect. Whether the specific sets in use on the British ships at North Cape on the 26th of December were undetectable to Scharnhorst receivers is a technical question that post-war analysis has addressed, with the general conclusion that there were periods during the approach phase when Duke of York was tracking Scharnhorst without the German ship receiving any radar detection warning. This is not a settled point in all of the secondary literature, and there are historians who argue that the failure of detection was as much a matter of operational practice as equipment limitation. But the direction of the argument is clear, and its conclusion is consistent. At North Cape, the British could see, and the Germans could not, and that asymmetry shaped every phase of the engagement that followed. The torpedo doctrine employed by both sides at North Cape reflected the decade of development that had followed the lessons of the 1930s. British destroyers were trained to use radar to approach at high speed, deliver torpedoes from close range, and withdraw under fire, a doctrine that was significantly more aggressive and technically demanding than the torpedo attacks of the First World War. The attacks by Savage, Saumarez, Scorpion, and Stored in the first torpedo attack, and the subsequent attacks by Virago, Opportune, Musketeer, and Matchless were coordinated by radio with the covering force and executed with the kind of precision that required both excellent training and reliable communications. Scharnhorst's destroyers, by contrast, had been separated from the battleship early in the action, ordered away to search for the convoy while Scharnhorst dealt with the cruiser force, and played no part in the final engagement. The loss of her destroyer screen was a significant tactical disadvantage, both because the destroyers could have provided early warning of Fraser's approach, and because their torpedoes could have complicated the British tactical picture considerably. The decision that led to the separation, made by Bay under conditions of poor visibility and imperfect intelligence, was not obviously wrong at the time it was made. In retrospect, it removed the one resource that might have changed the outcome. The lessons extracted from the Battle of the North Cape by British naval planners were primarily confirmatory rather than revolutionary. The systems and doctrines that had been developed worked as intended, and the investment in Type 274 gunnery radar and integrated torpedo attack doctrine had produced the expected results under combat conditions. The German post-mortem, conducted under Dönitz's authority in the weeks after the battle, identified a range of factors: the incomplete intelligence picture, the separation of the destroyers, the tactical decisions taken by Bay in the crucial hours, without clearly establishing a single cause that would have changed the outcome had it been addressed. The broader conclusion, which Dönitz drew and which the evidence supports, was that Scharnhorst had been sent into an operation on the basis of an intelligence assessment that was wrong in the way that most mattered, and that the circumstances that made it wrong were not specific to this operation, but were structural features of German naval intelligence capability by late 1943. The war at sea was being lost in the electromagnetic spectrum as surely as it was being lost in the convoys, the dockyard, and the fjords. The wreck of Scharnhorst was located in 1994 by a Norwegian survey team using modern side-scan sonar, She was found at the position where the action had taken place, in approximately 290 meters of water. The wreck is upside down. She capsized as she sank, and the condition of the hull confirms details of the action that British post-war assessment had suggested. The pattern of damage is consistent with the number and location of hits recorded in British action reports, and the structural collapse of certain sections of the hull is consistent with the magazine explosions that survivors described hearing in the final minutes. The wreck is now designated as a war grave under Norwegian law, and access by divers is prohibited. The 290 meters of water above it, the darkness, and the cold that killed the men who were not pulled out quickly enough are the most permanent memorial available. There is no formal monument. The ocean does not require one. The technical history of Scharnhorst's final action, the radar ranges, the torpedo counts, the speed reductions, can be presented as a series of data points leading to an outcome that was, in retrospect, close to inevitable. But the more interesting analytical question is not why Scharnhorst lost, but why the outcome was as one-sided as it was. Why a ship that had twice survived torpedo hits from dying destroyers, had survived 5 bomb hits at La Palacis, had survived 2 mine detonations in the Channel, could not survive the cumulative damage of the North Cape action long enough to escape at speed into the darkness. The answer is partly about the scale of the British commitment. Duke of York was a more powerful ship than anything Scharnhorst had previously faced, and partly about the tactical isolation that the separation of the destroyers had created. But it is also, perhaps, about the accumulated damage of a career in which repair had followed damage, had followed repair in an unbroken cycle, and in which the ship had never quite had the maintenance investment that would have kept her at the absolute peak of mechanical reliability. Whether a fully optimal Scharnhorst, with everything functioning as designed at the moment she needed it most, would have been able to run faster for longer and escape into the Arctic night, is a question the historical record cannot answer. What the record can say is that on the 26th of December, 1943, at 7:45 in the evening, the question became moot. Chapter 11. What the Admirals Saw. Command decisions, strategic failures, and missed chances history is generous to admirals whose ships win. It is considerably less forgiving to admirals whose ships go down, and the careers of the men who commanded Scharnhorst and the forces around her, Marschall, Lütjens, Ryder, Dönitz, Celiax, Bay, offer a concentrated study in the pressures that military command in the Second World War placed on individuals whose decisions had to be made with incomplete information, under orders from a political authority whose strategic grasp of naval warfare was, at best, erratic. The German naval command suffered throughout the war from a structural problem that the British did not face in the same degree. A head of state who was personally interested in naval operations, whose instincts ran toward caution rather than risk in the use of surface ships, and who intervened in operational planning in ways that constrained his admiral's freedom of action without providing the strategic clarity that such constraint would have required. Admiral Wilhelm Marschall, who commanded Scharnhorst and Gneisenau during the sinking of HMS Glorious in June of 1940, was relieved of his command shortly after the operation, not because of the sinking of the carrier, which was an unambiguous tactical success, but because he had acted with operational independence that the Naval High Command considered excessive. His decision to detach Admiral Hipper and the destroyers, and his decision to proceed against targets of his own choosing rather than following the original operation order precisely, generated a post-operation review that concluded against him. He was replaced as fleet commander by Admiral Günther Lütjens, whose subsequent handling of Operation Berlin in 1941 was more cautious, more constrained, and more aligned with the operational orders that the Kriegsmarine's High Command preferred. The irony embedded in this sequence is not small. The admiral who achieved Scharnhorst's most dramatic operational success, the sinking of a fleet carrier, was punished for the independence of mind that made the success possible, and replaced by a commander who would take the same ships on a more constrained operation before being given Bismarck and going to his death. The German Naval High Command, in this specific episode, punished initiative and rewarded conformity. This was not a structural condition that encouraged the kind of aggressive, adaptive command that surface radar operations actually required. Lütjens himself is one of the more complex figures in the German naval command structure of the Second World War. He was a professional naval officer of long service, politically conservative in his private views. Several accounts suggest he was not a committed National Socialist and operationally methodical, in a way that made him effective in some circumstances and insufficiently flexible in others. His handling of Operation Berlin was strategically successful in its own terms. The ships reached the Atlantic, damaged Allied shipping substantially, and returned without loss. His insistence on following the orders that prohibited engagement with capital ship escorts, while frustrating to the captains of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, was strategically defensible. The loss of either ship to an engagement with HMS Ramillies or HMS Malaya would have been a much more consequential outcome than a missed opportunity to sink a few merchant ships. But the same methodical caution that served him in Berlin would lead him, 2 months later aboard Bismarck, to make a series of decisions: the premature signal that disclosed his position, the failure to refuel from the Weissenberg tanker when the opportunity arose, that contributed directly to Bismarck's loss. Lütjens died with Bismarck on the 27th of May, 1941. Scharnhorst, whose boilers were being repaired in Brest at the time, missed the operation that claimed the most famous ship in German naval history, and the admiral who had commanded them both. Admiral Erich Raeder's long tenure as Commander-in-Chief of the Kriegsmarine, from 1928 to January of 1943, was defined by a persistent tension between his strategic vision and the political reality he operated within. Raeder had built the Kriegsmarine from the emaciated remnants of the post-Versailles German Navy into a force capable of conducting genuine oceanic operations, and he had done so against institutional inertia, budget competition from the army and the Luftwaffe, and the perpetual uncertainty of planning for a war that might come earlier or later than the naval construction program required. His strategic concept, the Z-Plan, which envisioned a German fleet of 10 battleships, 12 battlecruisers, 4 aircraft carriers, and numerous supporting vessels, was never built because the war came too soon. What he had to work with when war came in September of 1939 was a navy that was powerful relative to what Germany had possessed in the interwar years, but that was not, by any comparison, capable of contesting British naval supremacy in a prolonged conventional engagement. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were the core of the surface fleet Raeder was actually able to deploy. 2 ships against a Royal Navy that, even at reduced effectiveness, could put multiple battleships and battlecruisers to sea simultaneously. The entire strategic premise under which Scharnhorst operated. Commerce raiding, threat in being, hit and run, was Rader's acknowledgement that he could not fight the war he had planned for, and would have to fight the war he had. The crisis that ended Rader's tenure, the Battle of the Barents Sea in December of 1942, is worth dwelling on precisely because of what it reveals about the political context within which German surface ship operations were conducted. A German force consisting of the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, the pocket battleship Lutzow, and 6 destroyers attacked convoy WW2 in the Barents Sea on the 31st of December 1942. The convoy's close escort consisted of 5 destroyers, 1 minesweeper, 2 corvettes, and 2 trawlers, a substantially weaker force than what the Germans had deployed. The German attack failed. The convoy's destroyers, under Captain Robert Sherbrooke, who was awarded the Victoria Cross, made aggressive use of smoke, gunnery, and torpedo threats to prevent Hipper and Lutzow from attacking the merchant ships. Despite losing HMS Achates and suffering significant casualties, the German force eventually withdrew without sinking a single merchant vessel. When Hitler was informed of the outcome, initially on the basis of a garbled report that suggested the convoy had been entirely destroyed, and then corrected, his fury was reported to have been extreme. He summoned Raeder and delivered a sustained denunciation of the German surface fleet, calling the capital ships useless and demanding that they be scrapped and their guns removed for use as coastal artillery. The meeting, by Raeder's own later account, lasted approximately 90 minutes of continuous accusation. Raeder resigned. His replacement, Dönitz, brought a fundamentally different set of operational priorities to the Kriegsmarine's command. Dönitz was a submarine officer. His belief in the U-boat arm as the decisive instrument of German naval strategy was well founded by the evidence of the first 3 years of the war, during which the U-boats had achieved tonnage losses that genuinely threatened Allied supply lines. His attitude towards Scharnhorst and the surviving surface ships was pragmatic rather than enthusiastic. They were assets to be used when the conditions were favorable and preserved when they were not. The orders that governed Scharnhorst's final operation, Ostfront, reflected this philosophy. The operation was to proceed if conditions were favorable. It was to be abandoned if serious resistance was encountered. The problem was that the definition of favorable conditions and serious resistance was left, in practice, to Bay's judgment at sea. And Bay's judgment was operating on an intelligence picture that, as established, was wrong about the presence of HMS Duke of York. Dönitz's operational order was not irrational, given what he knew. It was fatally inadequate, given what he did not know, and what the British had taken considerable care to ensure he would not know. Rear Admiral Erich Bay, the flag officer who commanded Scharnhorst's final operation, was not a battleship admiral by background or temperament. He was a destroyer officer, a highly capable one, with an aggressive tactical record, who had been given command of the surface forces in Norway when his predecessor was not available. His appointment was a product of the Kriegsmarine's limited pool of senior officers rather than a deliberate matching of a man to a mission. The post-war German analysis of the North Cape action, conducted under Dönitz's authority and later released in summary form, identified several decisions by Bay that contributed to the outcome. The separation of the destroyers, the failure to use those destroyers more aggressively in the initial phases, the decision to continue the operation after the first contact with Burnett's cruisers rather than withdrawing, as the standing orders might have suggested. Whether these decisions were errors in the strict analytical sense, or whether they were reasonable responses to the tactical situation, as Bay understood it at each moment, is a judgment that benefits from information Bay did not have. What is not disputed is that Bay went down with Scharnhorst. He was not among the 36 survivors, and that the specific quality of the decisions he made in his final hours was never subject to his own post-war review. The counterfactual question: what would have happened if Scharnhorst had not sailed on Christmas Day, 1943, is not resolvable, but it is instructive to consider. Had the operation been cancelled, as the standing orders might have allowed, Scharnhorst would have remained in Altafjord into 1944. Tirpitz was eventually put permanently out of action by RAF Tallboy bombs in November of 1944, and the German surface fleet in Norway was progressively weakened throughout that year. A Scharnhorst surviving into 1944 would have faced continued bombing, continued isolation, continued deterioration of the strategic situation, and eventually the same fate that the other large German surface ships met: decommissioning, damage, or destruction, without the kind of operational ending that the North Cape action provided. Whether that would have been better or worse, in human terms, for the nearly 2,000 men who died on the 26th of December, is a calculation that the historical record cannot make. The only fact available is the one that happened. Scharnhorst sailed, and the decision to sail her was made by men who were operating at every level of the command structure, with less information than their opponents. The political dimension of German naval command in the final years of the war. Hitler's direct intervention in operational planning, the constraints placed on surface ship commanders, the impossible balancing act between preserving valuable assets and demonstrating that those assets had a purpose, produced a naval command culture that was, by the middle of the war, structurally incapable of using surface ships effectively. The British had faced their own political pressures. Churchill's occasional tendency to micromanage naval operations being the most documented. But the Royal Navy's command culture maintained a degree of professional autonomy that allowed Fraser, at North Cape, to make tactical decisions in real time without seeking political clearance. Fraser knew where he was. He knew where Scharnhorst was, and he made his interception plan on the basis of that information. Without an overlay of political constraint, Bay was operating under orders that told him to avoid superior forces. Orders that were based on intelligence that was wrong, and had no mechanism for rapidly updating his tactical picture through the kind of integrated intelligence network that Fraser was plugged into. This is the structural difference, laid bare in the specific circumstances of one December evening in the Arctic, between a navy that had been investing in the systems and doctrines of modern naval warfare throughout the war, and one that had been managing decline while trying to appear capable of offense. The legacy of the commanders who served with Scharnhorst is complicated by the context in which they served. Hoffmann's Knight's Cross recognized genuine operational achievement. Lütjens's death with Bismarck gave his career a final quality that his operational record, taken as a whole, does not entirely support, but which the naval tradition of going down with one's ship tends to canonize. Marshall, relieved for achieving the most dramatic result of the Norwegian campaign, spent the remainder of war in secondary positions and retired into historical obscurity compared with the officers who failed more publicly. Raeder wrote his memoirs, defended his decisions, and argued, with some justification, that he had been asked to fight a naval war with a fleet designed for a different war that had not yet arrived. Dönitz survived the war, was tried at Nuremberg, served 10 years in Spandau prison, and wrote his own memoirs. Documents that are, as primary sources, both invaluable and self-serving in the ways that memoirs always are. Bay left no memoir. He left no post-war testimony. He left only the decisions he made in the Arctic darkness on Christmas Day, 1943, which are preserved in the action reports of the men who were trying to kill him. The question of what the German Naval Command, at its best, might have done differently with the assets available to it is a question that naval historians have been turning over since the 1950s. The most defensible answer is probably that the structural constraints, the impossibility of building the fleet that Raeder had planned, the political interference that limited operational freedom, the persistent intelligence asymmetry that grew wider as the war continued, meant that no individual set of command decisions could have fundamentally altered the strategic outcome. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau together could disrupt Atlantic convoy routes and force Royal Navy deployments, but they could not control those routes, could not prevent the convoys from getting through in sufficient numbers, and could not match the industrial and organizational capacity that the Allied navies were deploying by 1943. The best the admirals could have done was use the ships more cleverly, take better care of them mechanically, maintain them more consistently, and deploy them at moments of greater tactical advantage. Whether cleverer handling would have prolonged Scharnhorst's life, or whether it would simply have deferred the reckoning by a few months, while the broader strategic situation continued to deteriorate, is a question that the evidence does not fully answer, and that the outcome at North Cape forecloses entirely. Chapter 12. The Gneisenau Parallel. The sister ship and the roads not taken. Every ship with a sister ship exists in a kind of doubled narrative. Two hulls launched from the same design, carrying the same weapons, built in the same yard, sailing into the same war, but accumulating entirely different histories as the years progress and the specific decisions of specific commanders send them on separate courses. Gneisenau and Scharnhorst were so consistently paired, in official German designations, in British operational planning, in the historical literature, that it is easy to treat them as interchangeable, as though they were simply two instantiations of the same strategic asset. They were not. Gneisenau's career, which ended not with a battle but with a harbour, a bomb, and a prolonged decommissioning that lasted years before the war's end, offers a counterpoint to Scharnhorst's story that illuminates the role of contingency, damage, and political decision in determining how a warship's life concludes. The two ships that had been virtually inseparable for the first 3 years of the war-parted company at Kiel in February of 1942. And after that separation, their fates diverged entirely, one going to the Arctic and a famous death, the other going to a dockyard and a slow dissolution. Gneisenau was laid down at the Deutsche Werke shipyard in Kiel on the 6th of May, 1935, approximately 2 weeks before Scharnhorst's keel was laid at Wilhelmshaven. She was launched on the 8th of December, 1936, the 22nd anniversary of the sinking of the first Scharnhorst at the Falkland Islands, a date that the German Naval Command appeared to consider significant. She commissioned on the 21st of May, 1938, 7 months before Scharnhorst, and was therefore technically the senior ship of the class, though the class is invariably referred to as the Scharnhorst class in most historical literature, a nomenclatural convention that reflects the greater historical prominence of her sister rather than strict commissioning order. Her dimensions and armament were virtually identical to Scharnhorst's. with some minor differences in anti-aircraft fits and equipment arrangements that accumulated during successive refits. Like Scharnhorst, she had the same 28-centimeter triple turret main battery. The same Atlantic bow, fitted after initial sea trials, demonstrated the same inadequacy of the original straight stem and the same provision for rearmament with 38-centimeter guns that was never carried out. She was, in the most literal sense, Scharnhorst's twin, and like twins in the human world, the surface similarity concealed the specific individual history that each accumulated as the years went by. The operational history of Gneisenau, through the Norwegian campaign, the sinking of Glorious, and Operation Berlin, ran almost exactly parallel to Scharnhorst's. The two ships operated together in virtually every major operation of the period between November 1939 and February 1942. The differences that emerged in that period were tactical rather than strategic. Gneisenau took the heavier fire from HMS Renown during the Norwegian encounter in April of 1940, suffering 2 hits that disabled her rear turret while Scharnhorst's radar failed. During the sinking of Glorious, Gneisenau's fire killed Captain Doyley Hughes on the carrier's bridge, and her shells struck the burning Ardent. In Operation Berlin, Gneisenau sank more merchant ships and captured more prizes than Scharnhorst, and it was Gneisenau that HMS Rodney nearly intercepted on the evening of the 16th of March, 1941. The operational balance between the two ships was roughly even through this period, and the German Naval Command treated them as a single tactical unit. The phrase used in operational orders and in the press was almost invariably Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, spoken as a single breath. The sequence of events that began to differentiate Gneisenau's fate from Scharnhorst's started in April of 1941, when the British submarine HMS Spartan put a torpedo into her port side at Brest. The hit caused significant flooding and required the ship to go into dry dock for repairs. While in dry dock, on the 6th of April, a bomb dropped by an RF aircraft struck the bow and penetrated to the lower decks, killing 40 sailors and requiring extensive repairs. Then, on the 8th of April, 3 more bombs struck the ship, causing further serious damage to the bow section and the A forward turret. 4 hits in 4 days, 1 torpedo and 3 bombs, left Gneisenau in a state of damage that required months of reconstruction rather than weeks of repair. She was still in Brest's dry dock when, on the 27th of July, 1941, 3 days after Scharnhorst was hit by 5 bombs at La Pallice, she received a single bomb hit that caused further damage and casualties. By the time both ships were sufficiently repaired to participate in the Channel Dash in February of 1942, Gneisenau had absorbed considerably more damage than Scharnhorst, and her structural state was, to those who knew the full extent of the repairs, more concerning. The Channel Dash, as described in the earlier chapter, ended with both Scharnhorst and Gneisenau striking mines in the German Bight. Gneisenau's mine damage was assessed as less severe than Scharnhorst's, and she reached Kiel on the same day. But 3 days after arriving in Kiel, on the 26th of February, 1942, RAF Bomber Command found her in the harbour and scored a hit with a single bomb that penetrated the bow and caused flooding in compartments that had already been weakened by the earlier bomb damage at Brest. The cumulative damage assessment after this hit was severe enough to generate a formal debate at the highest levels of the German Naval Command about whether to complete the repairs at all. The decision that was eventually taken to dock Gneisenau at Gdynia for a complete reconstruction that would include the long-deferred 38-centimeter gun refit was a turning point that her subsequent history makes read, in retrospect, as the beginning of the end. Work began. The 38-centimetre turrets were not immediately available. The work on the hull proceeded, and as the months passed, the political and strategic calculus around German surface ship construction shifted in ways that made completing Gneisenau an ever lower priority. By January of 1943, the month Scharnhorst was deploying to Norwegian fjords and preparing for what would be her final year of operations. Gneisenau was still in Gdynia, still under reconstruction, her main turrets removed, her crew reduced to a maintenance party. After Hitler's rage following the Barents Sea disaster and Raeder's resignation, Dönitz reviewed the status of all surface ship, construction and repair programs. The conclusion reached regarding Gneisenau was stark. The resources required to complete her reconstruction were not available. The strategic argument for doing so was not compelling, given the direction of the war and the risk of dedicating a shipyard to her completion, while she might be bombed or otherwise destroyed before she could return to service, was too great. On the 2nd of February 1943, exactly 1 year after the Channel Dash had brought her to Germany, the decision was formally taken to decommission Gneisenau and suspend all work on her reconstruction. The turrets were never reloaded. The crew was dispersed to other assignments. The ship that had sailed alongside Scharnhorst for more than 3 years sat in Gdynia, stripped, inactive, accumulating rust in a harbour she would never leave as a fighting ship. The contrast between the two sisters in the fires of the war is striking not merely for what it says about the two ships, but for what it says about the arbitrariness of contingency in the writing of naval history. Gneisenau had, in many respects, a harder operational career than Scharnhorst. She absorbed more cumulative bomb damage, suffered the Brest torpedo hit, received more hits in the engagements off Norway. The decision to decommission her rather than repair her was a product of strategic circumstances, resource constraints, and the specific timing of the Channel Dash damage in relation to Hitler's January 1943 ultimatum. Had the sequence of events been slightly different, had the mine damage been lighter, had the keel bomb missed, had the reconstruction been further along when Dönitz took command, Gneisenau might have been the ship sent to Altafjord in 1943, and Scharnhorst might have been the one sitting decommissioned in a Polish harbour. The specific identity of the ship that went to the Arctic, and the specific identity of the ship that did not, was not determined by anything essential about either vessel. It was determined by a sequence of bombs, mines, resource decisions, and command changes that could each have gone differently. That is what history is, most of the time. Not fate, but the compounding of contingencies. Gneisenau's final chapter was neither glorious nor tragic in the conventional sense. She was towed to Gdynia's outer harbour in late 1944 as the Soviet advance through Poland began to threaten the city, and on the 23rd of March 1945, she was towed to the entrance of the harbour at Gdynia, by this point renamed Gotenhafen by the German occupiers, and scuttled to block the harbour channel. The scuttling was carried out by a demolition party. There was no ceremony, no final battle, no last transmission. After the war, the wreck was refloated by Polish salvage teams, and the metal was eventually recycled. She was broken up for scrap, a fate that, in the industrial logic of post-war reconstruction, was entirely practical and entirely without drama. No divers visit Gneisenau. There is no war grave designation. The ship that had matched Scharnhorst in almost every major engagement of the first 3 years of the war was broken up and distributed, molecule by molecule, into the post-war industrial economy. The contrast with Scharnhorst's end, upside down in the Barents Sea, designated a war grave visited by Norwegian survey teams, preserved in historical consciousness by the scale and drama of a final battle, is the contrast between two kinds of ending that history tends to treat very differently, though the men who served in both ships would not have found much to choose between them. The historiographical treatment of Gneisenau relative to Scharnhorst reflects a wider pattern in naval history, in which ships that die in battle receive more scholarly attention than ships that are decommissioned and scrapped. The secondary literature on Scharnhorst is substantially larger than that on Gneisenau, despite their nearly identical careers through 1942. The reason is not historical significance. In terms of actual strategic impact, the two ships were equally important, but narrative shape. Scharnhorst has a beginning, a middle, and an ending of the kind that produces books and documentaries. Gneisenau has a beginning, a middle, and then a long, undramatic trailing off. Naval history, like most history, is drawn toward drama over duration, toward the decisive moment over the slow administrative decision. The result is an unbalanced literature that tells us a great deal about how Scharnhorst died and relatively little about how Gneisenau survived to be dismantled, which is, in many ways, the more unusual and in some respects the more modern story. The battleship that was not sunk, but simply ran out of purpose, was stripped of her guns and her crew and her identity, and was eventually reduced to recyclable steel. That story is, in its own quiet way, as complete an account of what happened to German naval ambition as the Arctic battle that ended Scharnhorst. The connections between the two sisters did not fully dissolve, even after Gneisenau was decommissioned. Many of her crew were transferred to other vessels, including some who eventually served aboard Scharnhorst in her final months. The institutional knowledge of how these ships operated, what their specific weaknesses were, how their machinery behaved in extreme conditions. Much of that knowledge lived in the men rather than in the manuals, and it moved between ships as the men moved. The engineering knowledge built by Gneisenau's crew during the repeated boiler repairs at Brest, the damage control experience from the successive bomb hits, and the mine detonation, these were not lost when Gneisenau was decommissioned. They went with the men. And some of those men were aboard Scharnhorst on the 26th of December, 1943. Whether their specific expertise made a difference in the hours when the damage was severe, and the pumps were running, and the turbines were losing revolutions in the Arctic cold, that is a question that the surviving record does not answer. But it is a human connection passing between two ships and two sets of experiences that is worth naming before moving on to the final chapters of the story. Chapter 13, The Survivors. 36 voices from the Barents Sea. Of the approximately 1,968 men aboard Scharnhorst on the evening of the 26th of December, 1943, 36 were alive when British destroyers completed their rescue operations. The disproportion is so severe that it requires a moment of direct acknowledgement before the narrative proceeds. More than 98% of the men aboard that ship did not survive its sinking. The causes were multiple and reinforcing. The damage Scharnhorst sustained in the final phase of the North Cape action was catastrophic. Magazine explosions contributed to the speed of her sinking, and the time available for men to reach the upper deck and enter the water was short. The water temperature in the Barents Sea in late December is approximately 2 degrees Celsius, a temperature at which unprotected human immersion causes loss of consciousness within minutes and death. within a quarter of an hour under most conditions. The men who survived were those who reached life rafts or flotation equipment quickly, or who were located by British destroyers within the narrow window that the water temperature permitted. The British destroyers that conducted the rescue were HMS Scorpion, HMS Matchless, HMS Virago, and HMS Opportune, the same vessels that had delivered the final torpedo attacks on Scharnhorst minutes before her sinking. The transition from offensive operations to rescue operations, from trying to sink the ship to trying to save the men who had been in it, was one that the British commanders executed promptly, but the tactical situation, the darkness, the weather, and the sea state all limited what was possible. The destroyers illuminated the area with searchlights and made multiple passes through the wreckage and the men in the water. The cold and the darkness made individual location extremely difficult, and men who were alive when the destroyers first arrived may have died before they could be reached. The 36 who were recovered were brought aboard the British ships suffering from hypothermia, some with injuries from the action, all in the acute shock that is the physiological consequence of sudden immersion in near-freezing water after the extreme stress of a 2-hour battle. The medical treatment provided aboard the British destroyers was limited by the facilities available. Small ships in heavy weather carry minimal medical equipment and have no hospital space. The survivors were given dry clothing, warm blankets, and warm drinks, and the most seriously injured received such treatment as the ship's medical officers could provide. Transfer to larger ships, where better medical care was available, took place as conditions permitted. The 36 men were eventually conveyed to Britain as prisoners of war, where they were housed in camps and, in due course, interviewed by British naval intelligence. The intelligence debriefs were conducted by officers of Naval Intelligence Division, and the transcripts, partially declassified and available in summary form in post-war British naval publications, represent the most direct primary source available for the internal experience of Scharnhorst's final hours from the German perspective. The interviewers were professional, the questions were operationally focused, and the survivors answered, some more fully than others, some with evident residual shock, some with the careful discretion of men who were aware that they were talking to the enemy. What the survivor testimony established, most importantly, was the sequence of internal events aboard Scharnhorst during the main engagement. The first hits from HMS Duke of York in the opening broadside were severe. The forward turret was put out of action almost immediately, and the impact of the heavy shells caused structural damage, casualties, and disruption to the ship's fighting capability that the subsequent damage control effort could only partially address. The engineering spaces, the domain of the men who kept the turbines turning, came under extraordinary pressure as hits reduced propulsion, capability, and flooding increased resistance. The damage control teams worked throughout the action, shoring up flooding compartments, managing the power distribution, keeping the surviving guns in action. The fact that Scharnhorst continued firing, her aft turret remained in action for much of the engagement, and continued maneuvering at speed indicates that the crew maintained their discipline and continued performing their functions under conditions of severe structural damage and continuous casualties. The testimony from engineering and damage control personnel is particularly detailed about the progressive failure of the ship's systems in the final phase of the action, and it describes a community of men doing what they had trained to do in circumstances that exceeded the parameters of any Training. The officers among the 36 survivors were few, and the most senior was a gunnery officer, whose name and precise rank are recorded in British intelligence summaries, but whose testimony was among the most detailed and technically informative of any survivor. The absence of flag and command officers from the survivor list, neither Admiral Bay nor Captain Hintze survived, meant that the decision-making process aboard Scharnhorst in her final hours is known only from the perspective of those who received orders, not those who gave them. What happened in the command spaces, on the bridge, in the Admiral's sea cabin, the conversations, the assessments, the moments when the full weight of the situation was understood, is not documented from any German source because the men who had those conversations did not survive. The British action reports and the German post-war analysis can reconstruct the broad tactical shape of the evening, but the interior experience of command in those final hours belongs entirely to the men who took it with them. This is one of the specific silences that the history of Scharnhorst contains. A silence where the most important decisions were made by the most responsible men, in circumstances of which there is no surviving account from the people involved. The physical experience of being inside a capital ship that is being destroyed by heavy gunfire is something that the technical language of after-action reports cannot quite convey. The survivors described the physical sensation of the heavy shells striking, a sound and vibration that penetrated every part of the ship, that was felt in the feet and the chest, as well as heard with the ears, and the experience of damage control work in compartments where the geometry of the spaces was changing as the hull was hit and deformed. They described the smoke, the loss of lighting in sections of the ship that lost power, the specific quality of noise in a machinery space when something structural is failing. They described helping injured shipmates and the necessity which every sailor in a damaged warship eventually faces, of leaving a compartment that was flooding in order to prevent further flooding into adjacent spaces, which is one of the coldest calculations that the reality of naval damage control imposes. The training that prepares sailors for this is real and thorough. The moment itself, when the decision is real rather than an exercise, is something that training can approach but never fully replicate. The survivors who described these moments were doing so in the immediate aftermath, still holding the specific sensory details that subsequent time would have blurred. Their testimony, for all its operational purpose, is also a form of witness. The 36 survivors spent the remainder of the war as prisoners in Britain. They were housed initially at HMS Ganges, and later in prisoner of war camps in various locations, under conditions that were governed by the Geneva Convention, and were generally described in British records as adequate. Contact with Germany was limited. Letters through the Red Cross were possible but slow, and the uncertainty about whether their families knew they were alive was a persistent source of distress. For the families in Germany, the official notification of Scharnhorst's loss was brief and gave no information about individual survival. The German government could not announce that 36 men had been recovered by the British, without making it clear that the British had sunk the ship and were broadcasting the Gill outcome, which the German propaganda ministry was reluctant to do with any clarity. The gap between what happened and what the families of Scharnhorst's crew were told, or not told, was filled by rumour, fear, and the specific uncertainty that wartime censorship and propaganda create in the communities of those who are waiting for news. Some families did not receive confirmation of their men's deaths until after the war ended. Others received confirmation that their men had survived and were prisoners before the survivors themselves had found a way to communicate with them. The logistics of information in wartime are their own particular cruelty. After the war ended in May of 1945, the 36 survivors were repatriated to Germany as part of the General Prisoner of War release. Their return was not marked by ceremony or public recognition. Germany in 1945 was in the immediate aftermath of total defeat, and the return of 36 survivors from a ship that had been sunk 18 months earlier was not, in that context, a matter of public attention. The men went back to their families, to the communities they had left, to a country that was physically damaged, politically reconstructed, and still processing the scale of what had happened. Some of them eventually gave formal testimony to German naval historical projects. Some participated in the post-war British and German analysis of the North Cape action. Some, as far as the available record indicates, did not speak publicly about their experience at all. The private lives of the 36 survivors, what they made of their survival, how they understood what had happened to them and to their shipmates, whether the experience defined the rest of their lives or was gradually put aside, are not documented in any comprehensive way, and the last of them have, by the present day, almost certainly passed. The 36 voices from the Barents Sea have fallen silent, as all voices eventually do, leaving only the written records behind. The question of what the survivors owed to contingency, to the specific location in the ship where they were standing when she went down, to the proximity of a life raft, to the angle at which Scharnhorst capsized, to the speed with which a British destroyer found them in the dark water, is not answerable in any systematic way. Survival in those conditions was not primarily a function of individual quality or preparation. Though both had a role, it was primarily a function of position and timing. The specific physics of being in a specific place at a specific moment. Two men standing adjacent to each other in the same compartment, with the same training and the same fitness, could have had entirely different outcomes, depending on which way the ship listed in her final moments. This randomness, the fundamental indifference of the physical world to the individual worth of the people it kills or spares, is one of the most difficult aspects of naval combat casualties to process historically, and it is one that the 36 survivors were presumably aware of in the deepest possible sense. They had been in the same ship as nearly 2,000 men who did not make it. The difference between them and those men was, in the end, a matter of feet and seconds. That is the specific weight of survival that they carried home. Chapter 14. The Wreck and the Memory, Archaeology, Designation, and How History Remembers. The Barents Sea does not give up its dead easily, and for nearly 50 years after the Battle of the North Cape, the exact position of Scharnhorst's wreck was known only approximately. A general area of the ocean where the British action reports indicated she had gone down, but not a precise coordinate that could be surveyed or documented. The position had never been marked by a buoy, had never been surveyed by divers, and had not been the subject of any systematic search during the post-war years, when naval wreck discovery was not yet the technically sophisticated pursuit it would become. The approximate position was known from the British action reports, which recorded the latitude and longitude of the ship's final radar traces and the position where survivors were recovered. But between approximate position known from wartime radar readings and precise wreck location confirmed by modern sonar, there is a significant gap, and that gap was not closed until 1994. The 1994 survey that located Scharnhorst wreck was conducted by a Norwegian team using side-scan sonar, a technology that had transformed underwater archaeology and wreck location by producing acoustic images of the seabed that could reveal the shape of large objects at depth. The wreck was found at a depth of approximately 290 meters, at a position consistent with the British action reports in the southern Barents Sea, north of the Norwegian coast. The side-scan images confirmed what the action reports had suggested. The ship had capsized as she sank, and she was lying upside down on the seabed, her keel uppermost. The hull was not intact. The magnitude of the explosions in her final minutes had caused structural failures that were visible in the sonar imagery. But the overall profile of the wreck was recognizable as a large capital ship, and the dimensions corresponded with those of Scharnhorst. The confirmation of the location was reported in the Norwegian and international press, and generated a substantial renewal of public and historical interest in the ship and the battle that had sunk her. The subsequent handling of the wreck, its designation as a war grave, the prohibition on diving visits, the formal legal protection under Norwegian maritime law, reflects the evolution of international approaches to military wreck sites in the decades since the 1990s. The designation of Scharnhorst's wreck as a war grave is a recognition that site contains the remains of approximately 1,932 German sailors, men who died in military service and whose remains have not been recovered and are not recoverable. The legal protection prevents the kind of unauthorized salvage and trophy hunting that has damaged other wartime wrecks in various parts of the world. The practice of removing artifacts, cutting into hull sections, or even recovering human remains without authorization that has desecrated some high-profile wreck sites. The protected status does not prevent legitimate scientific survey operations approved by Norwegian authorities, and periodic sonar surveys have been conducted to monitor the condition of the wreck as it continues its gradual deterioration at the bottom of the Barents Sea. The metal hull is subject to electrolytic corrosion, biological colonization by deep-sea organisms, and the slow physical processes of a steel structure in cold salt water. Processes that operate on the scale of decades and centuries rather than years, but that are nonetheless irreversible and continuous. The question of how the wreck is handling the passage of time is one that marine archaeologists consider carefully for all high-profile military wrecks of the Second World War period. The steel structures of 1930s warships are now roughly 90 years old, and the combination of wartime damage, the physical stress of sinking, and 8 decades of underwater corrosion has affected different wrecks differently depending on depth, water temperature, salinity, current, and the specific nature of the damage each ship sustained. The relatively cold, deep water of the Barents Sea is, in some respects, a preserving environment. Lower temperature slows certain corrosion processes and biological activity. The depth, approximately 290 meters, places the wreck beyond the range of recreational diving, which reduces the risk of unauthorized disturbance that shallower wrecks face. The survey data available from the 1994 location and subsequent surveys indicates that the main hull structure is largely intact. Those sections that were damaged before sinking are in more deteriorated condition than the less damaged sections. The wreck is there, and it is recognizable, and it is, at the depth of 290 meters in Arctic water, one of the most inaccessible and permanent memorials to a naval engagement that the 20th century produced. The German government's relationship to the commemoration of Scharnhorst has evolved substantially over the 8 decades since the ship was sunk, and the evolution reflects the broader transformation of German national memory regarding the Second World War. In the immediate post-war decades, public commemoration of Wehrmacht and Kriegsmarine operations was a sensitive subject in a West Germany that was simultaneously processing guilt for the crimes of the Nazi regime and seeking to rehabilitate the professional military record of the men who had served in it. A tension that was never fully resolved and that generated considerable historical controversy. The Scharnhorst battle, fought by sailors at sea against a military opponent without any of the specific atrocity that characterized so much of the land war, was an episode that was easier to commemorate in straightforward terms than many other actions of the German war effort. Veterans associations, naval historical publications, and eventually the official German military historical institutes all addressed the battle and the ship in ways that acknowledged the courage of the crew without endorsing the political context in which they served. The 36 survivors, some of whom became publicly known in the post-war decades, participated in commemorative events and gave testimony to historical projects that contributed to the documentary record of the ship's final hours. The British commemoration of the Battle of the North Cape has a somewhat different character, less focused on the ship that was sunk and more focused on the fleet that sank her, on Fraser's tactical management, and on the last great surface engagement of the European naval war. HMS Duke of York returned to active service after the battle and survived the war. She was eventually scrapped in 1958. HMS Belfast, Vice Admiral Burnett's flagship. The ship whose radar first detected Scharnhorst on the morning of the 26th of December, survived the war and is now preserved as a museum. Ship on the Thames in London, where she remains one of the most visited naval heritage sites in Britain. The preservation of Belfast means that the physical presence of one of the North Cape ships remains accessible to the public in a way that Scharnhorst's wreck at its depth in the Barents Sea cannot be. The asymmetry of commemoration, the victor's ship preserved on a river, the loser's hull on the bottom of the Arctic Ocean, is not a deliberate choice by any party, but a product of the specific physical outcomes of the battle. It is, nonetheless, the shape that memory has taken. The historiography of Scharnhorst, the body of scholarly and popular writing that the ship has generated, is extensive and spans multiple national traditions. German naval historians began publishing serious accounts of the North Cape action in the 1950s, drawing on the survivor testimony and the German naval records that had been captured at the end of the war. British naval historians, including those with access to the British action reports and intelligence assessments, produced accounts that examined the battle from the operational and tactical perspective of the forces that conducted it. The intersection of these two bodies of literature, the German accounts focusing on the internal experience of Scharnhorst and the command decisions aboard the German ship, the British accounts focusing on Fraser's planning and the tactical execution of the interception, is where the most complete picture of the battle is found. Neither national tradition alone has the full story. The German accounts lack access to the British intelligence picture and the full detail of Fraser's planning. The British accounts lack the internal perspective of the German ship and the specific human experience of the men who were in her. The scholarly dialogue between these two traditions, which has been ongoing for decades, continues to refine the historical understanding of the battle, adding details from newly declassified sources, re-examining the survivor testimony, and situating the engagement in the broader context of the naval war's technological and operational development. The popular memory of Scharnhorst, her presence in naval enthusiast literature, in documentary film, in the broader cultural conversation about the naval war, reflects the particular combination of technical interest, dramatic ending, and historical tragedy that the ship's story contains. She is remembered in that popular tradition primarily as the ship that died at North Cape, the unlucky battleship, in the shorthand that this documentary has adopted, a vessel whose career accumulated damage and misfortune in quantities that exceeded what seemed fair or reasonable, given the genuine quality of the ship and the crew. The label is not without foundation, but it is incomplete. Scharnhorst was also the ship that sank glorious at extreme range, that broke into the Atlantic twice, that transited the English Channel in broad daylight, that lasted almost 5 years of continuous operational stress before she finally went down. The unluckiness is real, but it coexisted with a remarkable durability, a capacity to absorb damage, be repaired, and return to service that speaks to both the quality of the ship's construction and the persistence of the crew and dockyard workers who kept her going. She was unlucky. She was also hard to kill. Both things are true, and together they make the story worth telling. The memorial tradition surrounding the North Cape battle includes annual commemorations conducted by both German and Norwegian naval veterans, organizations, and in more recent years, by the navies of the countries involved. The Norwegian Navy has a particular relationship to the battle, partly because it took place in Norwegian waters, and partly because the Norwegian destroyer Stord, crewed by Norwegian sailors who had escaped the German occupation and were serving under British command, participated in the torpedo attacks that contributed to Scharnhorst's sinking. Stord's participation in the battle is a significant element of Norwegian naval heritage, and the ship's role is commemorated in Norwegian naval history as an example of occupied resistance, taking an active military form in the most direct possible way. The wreck on the seabed, German, protected, visited only by sonar, sits within Norwegian territorial jurisdiction and is maintained under Norwegian law. The geography of memory, like the geography of the sea, does not always align with the national boundaries of the event that created it. Scharnhorst is Germany's ship and Norway's wreck and Britain's victory, and all three claims are legitimate. The history belongs to all of them, and to none of them exclusively. Chapter 15, The Larger Picture, Scharnhorst and the Naval Balance of World War II. The history of Scharnhorst as an individual ship is inseparable from the history of the naval war as a whole, and placing her career within the larger frame. The competition for Atlantic supply lines, the Arctic convoy struggle, the technological evolution of naval warfare, and the question of whether German surface ship strategy ever had a realistic prospect of achieving its objectives reveals dimensions of her story that the ship-level narrative does not fully expose. The fundamental strategic problem that Scharnhorst was built to address. The disruption of British maritime supply lines sufficient to force a strategic decision in Germany's favour was one that required a level of naval capability that Germany simply could not produce, given the industrial and manpower constraints of a country that was simultaneously building and supplying the largest army in Europe. The Z Plan, which would have given Germany the surface fleet needed to contest British naval supremacy, was not a practical possibility within the time frame of a war that began in 1939. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were the most powerful units of a navy that was always too small for the strategic task assigned to it, a condition that no amount of individual skill or institutional courage could fully compensate for. The comparison between the Royal Navy and the Kriegsmarine in terms of capital ship strength is instructive and stark. At the outbreak of war in September of 1939, the Royal Navy had 15 battleships and battle cruisers in service, with several more under construction or modernization. The Kriegsmarine had 2, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, with Bismarck and Tirpitz still under construction, and Admiral Graf Spee and Deutschland as the only other heavy units. This disparity in capital ship strength was not compensated by any other category of asset. Germany had a smaller cruiser force, a smaller destroyer force, and, until the U-boat construction program reached high productivity in 1940 and 1941, a submarine force that, while qualitatively excellent, was numerically insufficient to be decisive. The surface fleet's role was, from the outset, to be a threat in being, a force that tied down British assets and complicated British planning, while the U-boats attempted to achieve, through attrition, what the surface ships could not achieve through battle. Scharnhorst's operations need to be understood within this framework. She was always fighting at the margins of what was strategically achievable, always being asked to accomplish results that would require a much larger force to sustain. The convoy system that the British eventually developed, with escort carriers providing air cover, the growing number of long-range aircraft, closing the Atlantic air gap, the increasing effectiveness of radar and signals intelligence against U-boat operations, progressively reduced the window within which Germans' surface raiders could operate with acceptable risk. In early 1941, during Operation Berlin, the window was still wide enough for Scharnhorst and Gneisenau to operate in the mid-Atlantic for 2 months and sink a substantial tonnage of shipping before the risk level became too great. By late 1943, the window had narrowed to the point where a sortie into the Arctic required near-perfect intelligence and near-perfect tactical conditions to be viable, and even then, as the North Cape action demonstrated, the British had developed the capability to set traps that the Germans could not detect in advance. The shrinking of the operational window available to German surface ships between 1941 and 1943 is one of the clearest measures of how the balance of the naval war shifted during that period, and Scharnhorst's career spans almost exactly the period during which that shift was most consequential. The contribution of Scharnhorst operations to Allied strategic decision-making was not trivial, even in periods when the ship herself was in a dockyard being repaired. The Royal Navy's commitment to maintaining a home fleet, strong enough to deal with Scharnhorst and Tirpitz, which persisted throughout the Norwegian deployment, and required keeping battleships and cruisers at Scapa Flow rather than deploying them to other theatres, was a real constraint on British naval flexibility in the middle years of the war. The Arctic convoys, which were essential to sustaining the Soviet war effort in the period when the Soviet armies were under the greatest pressure, had to be escorted by forces strong enough to deal with a potential surface attack, a requirement that consumed substantial British naval resources and complicated the logistics of convoy scheduling. The JW and RA convoy series, the Arctic convoys that ran throughout the middle and later phases of the war, were among the most dangerous and expensive merchant operations of the entire conflict, partly because of the surface threat that Scharnhorst and Tirpitz represented. The fact that those convoys continued and that the supplies they carried contributed to the Soviet military recovery is the counterfactual against which the German surface fleet's performance should be measured. The ships did not stop the convoys, but they made the convoys considerably more expensive to run. The Arctic theatre itself, the stretch of ocean between northern Norway, Spitsbergen, and the Kola Inlet, was one of the most operationally challenging environments of the entire war, and it shaped the specific character of the engagements, fought there in ways that favoured neither side simply. The extreme weather, the perpetual darkness of winter, and perpetual daylight of summer, the ice that constrained navigable routes, and the distances involved all imposed constraints on both British and German operations that made the Arctic a theatre in which planning could only approximate the reality of operations. Scharnhorst's final operation was planned in the expectation of specific weather conditions, specific convoy positions, and specific British force dispositions that did not, in every respect, match the reality encountered. Fraser's planning accounted for the same environmental uncertainties and built in a margin of error. The positioning of Duke of York far enough from the area to avoid detection while close enough to close the position quickly, that reflected a more thorough understanding of the operational environment than the German planning had achieved. The Arctic, in the end, was a theatre that rewarded careful intelligence and operational preparation over bold initiative. And in December of 1943, the British had more of both. The material comparison between Scharnhorst and HMS Duke of York, in terms of firepower, armour, and speed, is one that historians have examined in the attempt to determine how much the outcome at North Cape was determined by the inherent characteristics of the two ships versus the tactical circumstances of the engagement. Duke of York carried 10 14-inch guns in 2 quadruple turrets and 1 twin turret, compared to Scharnhorst's 9 11-inch guns in 3 triple turrets, a significant firepower advantage in terms of shell weight per broadside. Duke of York's armour was somewhat less comprehensive than Scharnhorst's central belt protection, but her main battery was unambiguously more powerful at any range. Scharnhorst was faster, 31 knots against Duke of York's approximately 28 to 29 knots in the conditions of that night. And had she been able to maintain her full speed throughout the engagement, the outcome of a pure stern chase might have been less certain. The hit that reduced Scharnhorst's speed in the crucial phase of the engagement was, therefore, doubly significant. It removed the one inherent advantage she had over her opponent. Whether a Scharnhorst at full speed, in the dark, in the Arctic, with her radar functioning optimally, could have outrun Duke of York is a calculation that the action report does not settle, because the hit that reduced her speed arrived before the chase could fully develop. The post-war analysis of German naval strategy in the Second World War has tended toward 2 broad conclusions that are not mutually exclusive. The first is that the surface fleet, given the material constraints under which it operated, performed about as well as could be expected in the circumstances, that the individual ship and crew performances were generally creditable, the tactical skills were genuine, and the operations conducted achieved a proportion of their objectives that cannot simply be dismissed as failure. The second is that the strategic concept underlying the deployment of surface raiders against Allied supply lines was fundamentally unviable because prepared using Claude's Sonnet 4.6, if you have completed the previous 6 chapters else, first continue, that then stop. Chapter 15 was cut off mid-sentence. I will complete chapter 15 first, then deliver the final chapters 16, 17, and 18 to complete the full documentary script. Chapter 15, The Larger Picture, continued and completed. The second conclusion, that the strategic concept underlying the deployment of surface raiders against Allied supply lines was fundamentally unviable, rests on the observation that Germany never had enough surface ships to conduct simultaneous operations across the multiple convoy routes that the Allies were running, and that the progressive development of British escort capability, air cover, and signals intelligence made each successive German surface operation more dangerous and less productive than the one before it. The window of genuine surface raider viability, roughly the period between September 1939 and the summer of 1941, was exactly the period during which Scharnhorst was most consistently damaged and in dock, the years when she was most operationally active. The Norwegian fjord deployment from early 1943 to December of that year were the years when the strategic window had largely closed and when British counter-capability had reached the level that made the North Cape ambush possible. The timing was, in the most precise sense, structural. Scharnhorst was at sea when it was most dangerous to be at sea, and in dock when the strategic situation was most favorable to surface raider operations. This is the deepest form of the unluckiness that defines her career. Not the individual mine hits or torpedo strikes, but the systematic misalignment between the ship's operational availability and the strategic windows that might have given her actions decisive consequence. The comparison with the Allied surface navies operating in the same period is instructive, though it requires care to avoid the trap of judging outcomes by the resources available to produce them. The Royal Navy in the middle years of the war was fighting with a fleet that was, in aggregate, larger and more capable than the Kriegsmarine, but it was also fighting in multiple theatres simultaneously: the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, the Indian Ocean, and was subject to losses and commitments that stretched its resources considerably. The specific decision to keep a covering force heavy enough to deal with Scharnhorst and Tirpitz in home fleet waters at all times was a real constraint that removed assets from other theatres where they could have been useful. The loss of HMS Glorious in June of 1940 was a genuine strategic cost. A fleet carrier and her crew lost to a surface action that better intelligence and better lookout arrangements might have prevented. These costs were real, and they should not be erased from the ledger when assessing what Scharnhorst's career achieved. She was a costly ship to fight against, even if she was ultimately a ship that the Allies were always going to defeat given sufficient time and investment. The final judgment on Scharnhorst's strategic significance belongs somewhere between the triumphalist German post-war narrative, which emphasized individual courage and operational excellence, while underplaying structural impossibility, and the dismissive Allied assessment that treated the ship as an interesting but ultimately peripheral element of a naval war decided elsewhere. The truth, as it usually does in these matters, sits in the space between those positions. Scharnhorst mattered. She tied down resources, imposed costs, and created genuine strategic complications for a Royal Navy that was already stretched across multiple theatres. She also never achieved, could never have achieved, given the structural constraints of German naval power, the decisive impact on Allied supply lines that the original raider strategy had promised. She was a capable, well-built, hard-fighting ship operating in service of a strategy that was slightly too ambitious for the assets available to support it. That description is, in various forms, the story of many ships in many wars. And it is a story worth understanding as fully as the more dramatic version that the North Cape Action provides. Chapter 16, The Name Endures, Legacy, Naming Traditions, and Scharnhorst in Cultural Memory. A ship's legacy is measured in multiple currencies, and not all of them are historical. Some ships leave a legacy in tactical doctrine. Their actions change how navies plan and fight. Some leave a legacy in engineering. Their design influences the ships that come after them. Some leave a legacy in the cultural memory of the nations that built them, crewed them, or fought against them. A legacy that is less precise than tactical doctrine and less measurable than design influence, but often more durable than either. Scharnhorst has legacies of all three kinds, distributed across multiple national traditions and expressed in forms that range from the technical monograph to the popular documentary. The name itself, carried first by a Prussian general, then by an armoured cruiser, then by the battleship that is the subject of this documentary, has a continuous presence in German military and cultural memory that extends from the early 19th century to the present day. The specific weight of that continuity, what it means that a name can pass from a general to a cruiser to a battleship across 130 years, is not easily summarized, but it is not nothing. The tactical lessons extracted from Scharnhorst's career by post-war naval analysts were primarily confirmatory of trends that had been developing throughout the war. The Battle of the North Cape demonstrated, as the destruction of Bismarck 2 years earlier had demonstrated, that the combination of effective long-range radar, carrier-based reconnaissance, and coordinated destroyer torpedo attacks could defeat any surface ship that could be fixed in position and run down. The surface raider concept, a single powerful ship breaking into a convoy route and destroying merchantmen faster than they could be defended, was viable only in the absence of integrated air and surface countermeasures. And by 1943, those countermeasures were mature. The specific technical details that contributed to Scharnhorst's defeat at North Cape, the Type 274 gunnery radar, the coordination of cruiser, shadowing forces with a heavy covering force, the use of torpedo-armed destroyers in coordinated attacks on a damaged target, were studied and incorporated into post-war Royal Navy doctrine in ways that shaped British naval planning for the decade that followed. The lesson was, broadly, that modern integrated naval operations, combining sensors, communications, and multiple weapon systems in a coordinated tactical framework, were decisively superior to the older concept of the powerful single unit operating independently. Scharnhorst was, in the end, one of the clearest demonstrations that the age of the independent surface raider was over. The engineering legacy of the Scharnhorst class is more ambiguous. The design represented a genuine attempt to achieve maximum fighting capability within the constraints of the existing German naval industrial base. The combination of speed, protection, and seakeeping that the ship embodied was a creditable engineering achievement, even if it fell short of the ideal in the main armament category. The problems that plagued her throughout her career, the bow inadequacy, the boiler unreliability, the radar vulnerability, were all problems that German naval engineering was aware of and attempted to address, and the modifications made to the ship during her successive refits demonstrate a genuine capacity for iterative improvement. The post-war German naval historical establishment, analyzing the Scharnhorst class in the context of the broader development of capital ship design, has generally concluded that the class represented a reasonable compromise given the political and resource constraints of the mid-1930s, and that the fundamental design was sounder than the operational record, marked as it was by continuous damage and repair, might suggest. The hull that survived torpedo hits, mine detonations, bomb strikes, and heavy shell fire for almost 5 years before, finally succumbing, was not a fragile hull. The survivability built into the design worked as intended. What the design could not compensate for was the consistent inadequacy of the strategic circumstances in which the ship was deployed. The cultural memory of Scharnhorst in Germany has evolved through several distinct phases since 1945. In the immediate post-war period, the ship, like most aspects of the German military, was a subject more of private grief than public commemoration. The families of the men who had died with her mourned them privately, in a public environment that had not yet developed a language for distinguishing professional military service from the political regime that had directed that service. As West Germany rebuilt its political and cultural identity through the 1950s and 60s, the naval war, and specifically the battles fought by the surface fleet and the U-boats, became a subject of popular historical interest in the form of memoirs, popular histories, and eventually films and television documentaries. The naval war had a particular appeal in this context because it was more easily separated from the specific atrocities of the land war. And the Holocaust, it was, in the popular imagination, a clean war fought by professionals against professionals in an environment that the political ideology of the regime had not directly touched in the same ways. This framing was, and is, an oversimplification. The Kriegsmarine participated in the war of conquest and racial ideology in various ways that a careful historical examination reveals. But as a cultural narrative, it had considerable staying power, and it contributed to the specific shape of Scharnhorst's cultural afterlife. In Britain, the cultural memory of the North Cape action is part of a broader tradition of Royal Navy operational history that found its popular expression in the books and television programs of the 1960s and 70s. The battle has been the subject of numerous book-length treatments, of which Dudley Pope's account remains one of the most frequently cited popular histories. A detailed reconstruction of the engagement that drew on both British and German sources and was widely read in the decades following its publication. The television documentary tradition, which this script is itself a part of, has returned to the North Cape action repeatedly, recognizing in it the combination of dramatic narrative shape, technical interest, and genuine historical significance that makes for compelling long-form historical content. The specific quality of Scharnhorst's story, the accumulated bad luck, the improbable career, the dramatic final battle, provides a narrative arc that the conventional military history framework accommodates naturally, and it is no accident that the ship has been the subject of more popular historical treatment than almost any other German surface combatant of the Second World War. The story is good. It is good in the specific way that true stories are good, which is that it contains things that a fiction writer would have been reluctant to invent for fear that they would seem contrived. The 2 mine hits on the night of the Channel Dash, the 5 bombs at La Palisse, 3 of which failed to detonate, the radar malfunction at the moment of the Norwegian engagement. None of it would pass a fiction editor's credibility check. All of it happened. In Norway, the cultural memory of Scharnhorst is intertwined with the memory of the occupation and the specific pride of the Norwegian contribution to the final battle through the destroyer Stord. The Barents Sea Norwegian waters by international convention, if not by the geography of proximity, is a working sea for Norwegian fishermen and a strategic sea for the Norwegian Navy. And the wreck at 290 meters is a presence in that geography that Norwegians engage with through the legal framework of wargrave, protection as much as through active commemoration. The Norwegian naval historians who have contributed to the Scharnhorst literature have done so from the specific perspective of a nation that experienced the German occupation from 1940 to 1945, and whose relationship to the ships and men that enforced that occupation is complex in ways that straightforward military history does not always capture. The Norwegian sailors who served in Stord and fired torpedoes at Scharnhorst on the 26th of December 1943 were fighting against an occupying power in the most direct and personal possible sense. Their participation in the battle was not merely a matter of Allied naval cooperation. It was the expression of a specific national experience in a specific military act. The documentary tradition around Scharnhorst, of which this program is one example among many, reflects the persistent public appetite for detailed, accurate, atmospherically rich accounts of the naval war. The long-form documentary format, which has developed considerably since the early television programs of the 1960s and 70s, allows for a level of detail and narrative complexity that shorter formats cannot accommodate. The kind of detail that includes the technical specifications, the command decisions, the human experience of the crew, and the broader strategic context, all woven together into an account that does justice to the full complexity of the story. The specific format of this program, designed for extended listening, for the gradual absorption of a long historical narrative, reflects the recognition that some stories require time to tell properly, and that the audience for careful, unhurried historical storytelling is real and substantial. Scharnhorst's story is one that rewards the investment of time precisely because it has so many layers. The technical, the strategic, the human, the political, that each successive layer of detail adds something to the understanding of what happened and why. The 28-centimeter shell that struck HMS Glorious at 26,000 meters is more than a data point. When you understand the design, decisions that placed that gun in that turret, and the operational circumstances that put that turret at that range from that target. Context is not decoration. It is the substance of understanding. The name Scharnhorst has not been reused by the German Navy since the battleship was sunk in 1943. The Federal German Navy, the Bundesmarine established in the 1950s, later renamed the Deutsche Marine, has named ships for geographical features, for officers of the post-war period, and for various elements of German naval heritage, but the names of the major Second World War combatants have generally not been among them. This is, in its own way, a statement about the relationship between the post-war German state and the military legacy of the Third Reich period. A deliberate distance maintained through naming conventions that is consistent with the broader approach of distinguishing professional military heritage from the political context that directed it. The name Scharnhorst belongs, in contemporary German usage, primarily to the general rather than to the ship, to the Prussian military reformer of the early 19th century, to the Scharnhorst barracks and the Scharnhorst street names that appear in various German cities, to the historical context of the Napoleonic Wars, rather than the Second World War, whether the battleship's name will eventually be reused, as the Royal Navy eventually reused the names of its famous warships, is a question that the current naming conventions suggest is not being actively considered, and may not be for some considerable time. The legacy of Scharnhorst in the specific tradition of naval heritage that this documentary occupies, the tradition of careful, detailed, technically accurate popular history, is that she is one of the most thoroughly documented single warships of the Second World War, not because her career was the most consequential of any ship in that war, but because her career contained the right combination of technical interest, dramatic narrative, and human tragedy to attract sustained scholarly and popular attention across 8 decades. The documents are extensive. The survivor testimony, though limited to 36 voices, is detailed and informative. The British action reports are thorough. The German naval records, captured after the war and available in various archives, provide the command level context. The wreck, surveyed by sonar and protected by Norwegian law, is a physical anchor for the historical record, a confirmation that the events described in the documents actually happened, that the ship existed, that she went to the bottom of the Barents Sea on the 26th of December, 1943, and that she is still there. That physical continuity, the ship still present in the world, even upside down in 290 meters of cold water, is a form of legacy that no amount of historical writing quite replicates. The documents say what happened. The wreck confirms it. Chapter 17. The night of December the 26th. A moment-by-moment reconstruction. There are nights in history that have been analyzed so many times, from so many angles, using so many different primary sources, that the individual moments within them achieve a kind of granular permanence. Each minute fixed by multiple independent accounts, each tactical development cross-referenced across British action reports, German survivor testimony, and the post-war reconstruction of both navies' historians. The night of the 25th into the 26th of December, 1943, is one of those nights. The Battle of the North Cape has been reconstructed in detail, sufficient to walk through it almost hour by hour, with the caveat, which any honest historian must state, that the reconstruction is a composite, that some details from different sources do not perfectly align, and that the experience of the men inside the ships is only partially recoverable from the documents that survive. What follows is an attempt to walk through the final hours of Scharnhorst at the pace of events themselves, not as a tactical summary, but as a continuous account of time passing, of positions closing, of decisions made and outcomes delivered. Lie back. Let the story run at its own speed. This is how it went. At 17 minutes to 11 on the evening of Christmas Day, 1943, Scharnhorst and her 5 escorting destroyers cleared the Ultafjord entrance and entered the open Barents Sea. The weather was deteriorating. The wind was from the north-northwest, force 7, and building. The sea state was heavy enough that the destroyers, smaller, lower in the water, less able to maintain speed in the steep Arctic swell, were already struggling to keep station with the battleship. Scharnhorst herself, with her high-flared Atlantic bow and her depth of hull, was making approximately 25 knots. Fast enough that the destroyers were being worked hard, their crews fighting the motion of their ships in the darkness, while trying to maintain the formation that tactical doctrine required. Admiral Bay on Scharnhorst's bridge had a weather forecast, a convoy position derived from reconnaissance reports, and a set of operational orders that told him to attack the convoy if conditions were favourable, and to withdraw if serious resistance was encountered. What he did not have, and would not have until the star shells burst above him the following morning, was any knowledge of HMS Duke of York. The night passed without contact. Bay altered course at various points during the night to work toward the estimated convoy position, and at approximately 0400 on the morning of the 26th, he sent a signal to the 5 destroyers to separate and form a search line ahead of Scharnhorst, a standard tactical deployment for finding a convoy in poor visibility, spreading the search across a wider front by placing the destroyers several nautical miles apart. The decision to separate the destroyers in this way, which would later be identified as one of the critical command decisions of the action, was tactically reasonable given Bay's intelligence picture. He was looking for a convoy. Spreading his destroyers increased the probability of detection. What the decision also did, and what Bay could not have known it was doing, was remove his torpedo screen and his early warning pickets at the precise moment when British cruisers were maneuvering into position between Scharnhorst and her objective. At 44 minutes past 8 in the morning, HMS Belfast's radar operator logged a contact at approximately 35,000 meters, bearing roughly 330 degrees. The contact was tracked for several minutes before Vice Admiral Burnett ordered his 3 cruisers to close. By approximately 24 minutes past 9, the range had closed to approximately 13,000 meters, and Burnett ordered Belfast to illuminate with star shell. The shells burst above and ahead of Scharnhorst in the Arctic darkness, and, for the men on Scharnhorst's bridge, the sudden brilliant light overhead. The specific quality of star shell illumination, which turns darkness into a flat, shadowless grey, was the first indication that the tactical situation was not what they had expected. British and German accounts both note the apparent surprise of the contact. Scharnhorst's diverse return fire was directed initially at Belfast, then shifted to Norfolk as Burnett's cruisers spread to engage from multiple bearings. The engagement that followed lasted approximately 20 minutes in its first phase, with Scharnhorst hitting Norfolk twice and taking 2 hits herself, light structural damage, and the loss of one of her forward radar sets, a loss that reduced her situational awareness at the moment she needed it most. Bay turned Scharnhorst to the southeast and opened the range, using her speed to disengage from the cruisers. Burnett, rather than pursuing directly, turned his cruisers to a course that would allow him to stay between Scharnhorst and the convoy, while maintaining radar contact. The cat and mouse that followed lasted several hours. Scharnhorst working around to the south and west, trying to find a route to the convoy. Burnett's 3 cruisers maintaining contact and blocking. At approximately midday, Scharnhorst made a second approach from the south, and a second engagement took place. This one more intense than the first. Norfolk was hit twice more. A hit that destroyed one of her turrets and killed or wounded approximately 30 men, and Sheffield was also hit, though without serious structural damage. Scharnhorst was also hit multiple times by the cruiser's 8-inch shells during this exchange, with hits on various parts of the superstructure causing casualties and some equipment damage, but no critical structural failures. She disengaged again to the east. The time was approximately 12:15. At this point, HMS Duke of York was less than 50 nautical miles to the west, closing at approximately 28 knots. Fraser had been tracking the engagement through Burnett's reports and through his own radar, and he had been calculating the interception geometry throughout the morning. The angles, the speeds, the timing, with the precision of a commander who had prepared for exactly this situation. He ordered the cruiser HMS Jamaica, which was in company, to prepare for action. He ordered the 4 destroyers of his screen to take up positions for a torpedo attack. He sent a signal to Burnett at approximately 12:30, instructing him to maintain contact. The tactical disposition Fraser was creating. Duke of York closing from the west, Burnett's 3 cruisers maintaining contact to the north, the destroyers positioned for torpedo attack, was the classic form of the naval ambush, multiple forces converging on a single target from directions that prevented any one of them being used as a cue for the target's evasion. If Scharnhorst turned away from the cruisers, she ran toward Duke of York. If she turned away from Duke of York, she ran back toward the cruisers. The geometry was closing around her. At 4:17 in the afternoon, with the Arctic darkness complete and unbroken, the wind still at force 7, the sea still running heavy, HMS Duke of York's type, 274 gunnery radar, fixed Scharnhorst at a range of approximately 45,000 meters, and the range was closing at a rate that told Fraser he would be within effective main battery range within approximately 30 minutes. He ordered Belfast to illuminate with star shell at the signal at 4, with the range down to approximately 12,000 meters. The star shells burst for the second time that day above Scharnhorst, and this time what they revealed in the grey Arctic light was not 3 British cruisers, but the bulk of HMS Duke of York, her 14-inch turrets already trained, her radar-directed fire control systems already locked. Duke of York opened fire at a range of approximately 12,000 meters, and the first broadside, 5 shells from the forward turrets, arrived on Scharnhorst within approximately 30 seconds. The forward Anton turret was struck and put out of action. Scharnhorst shuddered with the impact of shells that were substantially heavier than anything she had previously taken. The character of the engagement had changed completely, and everyone on Scharnhorst Bridge understood it. Scharnhorst turned to the east and increased speed. Her aft, Caesar turret, the one remaining functional main battery position, firing back at Duke of York through the darkness. Her speed was approximately 28 to 29 knots. Fast, but not decisively faster than Duke of York's maximum in the current sea state. The 2 ships ran roughly parallel for a period, with Duke of York firing and Scharnhorst returning fire with her aft turret, the range opening slightly as Scharnhorst's speed advantage began to tell. And then the hit that changed everything. A 14-inch shell from Duke of York penetrated Scharnhorst's starboard machinery spaces and caused damage sufficient to reduce her speed. The exact speed reduction is uncertain from the available sources. Different accounts give slightly different figures, but the operational consequence was clear. Scharnhorst could no longer outrun Duke of York, and the range that had been opening began to close again. Burnett's cruisers were closing from the north. The destroyers were closing from multiple angles. The geometry that Fraser had constructed was tightening. The destroyer torpedo attacks that followed were the most dangerous phase of the battle for the British forces involved. Savage and Saumarez attacked from the north, closing to approximately 3,000 meters to launch torpedoes under Scharnhorst's defensive fire. Saumarez was hit and suffered 11 killed and 11 wounded before she could clear the range. Scorpion and Stord attacked from the south, achieving torpedo hits. The number of torpedo hits achieved in this phase, and in the subsequent attacks by Musketeer, Opportune, Virago, and Matchless, was the subject of post-war analysis that has not produced a fully settled consensus. But the cumulative effect of multiple hits was to slow Scharnhorst further, increase her list, and progressively reduce her ability to fight and maneuver. HMS Duke of York continued firing throughout this period, and the combined effect of the heavy shells and the torpedo hits was to transform a ship that had been running at 28 knots, 90 minutes, earlier into a vessel that was slowing, flooding, listing, and fighting back with diminishing means. At approximately 1920, 20 minutes before the end, HMS Duke of York ceased firing, and the cruisers Jamaica and Belfast were ordered to close and finish the action with torpedoes. The decision to cease battleship fire and shift to close-range torpedo attack reflects Fraser's assessment that Scharnhorst was no longer capable of escape, and that the risk of hitting his own ships in a close-range gun action was more significant than the risk of Scharnhorst escaping. Jamaica fired torpedoes from close range. Belfast fired torpedoes. The destroyers made final approaches. The survivors describe a sequence of explosions in the final minutes, some attributed to torpedo hits, some to internal causes, possibly including a magazine, that accelerated the ship's final plunge. At approximately 1945, HMS Belfast radar showed Scharnhorst's trace fading from the screen. The destroyers closed to the position and found wreckage, oil, and in the freezing water, men. 36 of them would be alive when the rescue was complete. The Arctic night had taken the rest. The battle that had begun with a star shell at 9:30 that morning was over. The silence that followed the rescue, the destroyers moving through the wreckage, the cruisers reforming, Duke of York standing away, was the specific silence of an action that has been completed. Not a silence of peace, exactly, but a silence of aftermath. The guns quiet, the sea running, the darkness complete, the cold working at the same speed on the men in the water and the men on the ship's decks. Fraser's signal to the Admiralty, transmitted after the action was confirmed complete, was brief and professional. Scharnhorst sunk. In London, in the small hours of the 27th of December, the signal was received and passed upward through the command chain with the specific satisfaction of a result long sought and finally achieved. The war in the Arctic was not over. The convoys would continue to run, the U-boats would continue to hunt them, and the wreck of Tirpitz would not be confirmed until November of the following year. But the surface threat to the Arctic convoys, the threat that had required the Royal Navy to maintain heavy escort forces throughout the convoy cycles of 1943, was gone, settled finally at the bottom of the Barents Sea at 290 meters. Chapter 18, Closing the Log. What Scharnhorst leaves behind, there is a particular way that a long story ends, not with resolution, exactly, because the things that happened did not resolve themselves. They simply stopped. But with a kind of settling, a sense that all the elements of the story have been placed where they belong, and that the account has been made as complete as the surviving evidence allows. Scharnhorst went to the bottom of the Barents Sea on the 26th of December, 1943. The physical fact is not in dispute. The wreck has been located, sonar surveyed, and designated as a war grave. The nearly 2,000 men who died with her have no individual graves, no headstones, no marked plots, no places where families can go with flowers. Their memorial is the ocean itself, which is not a comfortable memorial, but is an honest one. The sea that received them is the same sea that defined their ship's career from beginning to end. The sea that overwhelmed the original bow, damaged the boilers, transmitted the shock of torpedo hits, covered the mine detonations, and finally, in its Arctic form, held the men who could not be pulled from it in time. Scharnhorst belonged to the sea in a way that is more literal than the phrase is usually meant. The sea kept her. The 36 survivors who came home in 1945 carried the story of the ship in their memories and in their bodies. The cold, the shock, the specific physical fact of survival in Arctic water. And they distributed that story through their testimony, their interviews, their later accounts, to naval historians and to each other. The community formed by survival in extreme circumstances is one of the most durable forms of human association, and the men who came back from the Barents Sea shared something that could not be communicated to anyone who had not been in that water. This historical record that they helped to create is the most direct connection available between the events of December the 26th, 1943, and the present day. Without their testimony, the internal experience of Scharnhorst's final hours would be entirely a British reconstruction, accurate in its tactical outline, but missing the human interior that makes the account complete. Their willingness to speak to British naval intelligence in the immediate aftermath, and to German and British historians in the post-war decades, was not merely cooperative. It was a form of witness, an insistence that the men who did not survive should be accounted for in the historical record, that the nearly 2,000 should not simply be absorbed into the statistics of the naval war. The historical questions that remain genuinely open, as opposed to the questions that are merely uncertain in detail, are relatively few, but are not trivial. The extent to which German signals intelligence on the British side contributed to Fraser's planning advantage is a question on which the full documentary record is not entirely public, and the intelligence historians who have addressed it have done so on the basis of partial evidence. The precise number and timing of torpedo hits on Scharnhorst in the final phase of the action is a question that different secondary sources answer slightly differently, and the wreck evidence, inaccessible at its depth, cannot yet provide the physical confirmation that would settle the debate. The specific content of the command discussions aboard Scharnhorst in her final hours, what Bay and Hintze said to each other, what the crew were told, what assessments were made of the ship's fighting capacity as the damage accumulated, is a question that the survivor testimony addresses only partially, from perspectives that were not those of the command team. These are genuine historical lacunae, and they are likely to remain so until either new documents are declassified or new survey technology makes the wreck itself more accessible to physical investigation, neither of which is certain or imminent. The question of what the men who served in Scharnhorst deserve from the historical record, how they should be characterized, what the appropriate balance is between acknowledging their professional courage and noting the political context in which they served, is one that the historical tradition has addressed with increasing nuance over the 8 decades since the war ended. The early post-war tendency to separate the professional military record from the political context, to praise the sailors while setting aside the question of what they were sailing for, has been complicated in the scholarly literature by the recognition that the Kriegsmarine was not simply a collection of professional men doing an apolitical job. The naval war was conducted in service of a regime whose aims and methods were unambiguous, and the men who served in that navy were serving those aims even when their individual motivations were professional rather than ideological. That recognition does not require the conclusion that every sailor who served in Scharnhorst was personally culpable for the broader crimes of the regime. It requires only the acknowledgement that the professional and the political cannot be fully separated in any honest account of the war. The men were brave. The ship was well designed and well fought. The cause they served was one that the world was right to defeat. All three of those things are true simultaneously, and a history that suppresses any one of them in favor of the others is a history that has chosen simplicity over accuracy. The physical presence of Scharnhorst wreck in the Barents Sea is, among other things, a reminder that history does not evaporate when the events are over. It settles. It becomes permanent in the materials that events leave behind. In the twisted steel at 290 meters, in the documents in the archives, in the names on the crew lists that survive in the naval records, in the testimony transcripts that British intelligence officers wrote up in the weeks after Christmas of 1943. The ship is not gone in any simple sense. She is displaced, moved from the surface where she operated to the seabed where she rests, and transformed from a fighting vessel to a memorial, from a strategic asset to a historical site. The transformation is complete and irreversible, but the presence is continuous. The wreck at 290 meters is the same object that slid down the slipway in Wilhelmshaven on the 3rd of October 1936. The same steel, the same frames, the same hull geometry that the designers specified and the workers built. 87 years of ocean have changed its condition, but not its identity. It is still, and will remain, Scharnhorst. The unluckiness that defines the popular memory of this ship is a real phenomenon, documented in the operational record, with the kind of consistency that goes beyond anecdote, but luck, in the sense that naval historians mean when they apply the word to a ship's career, is not a metaphysical property. It is a shorthand for the intersection of contingency, mechanical reliability, strategic circumstance, and the specific timing of damage relative to operational opportunity. Scharnhorst was unlucky in the sense that her mechanical failures and her combat damage consistently arrived at the moments of greatest strategic opportunity. That the boiler problems occurred when the Atlantic was most accessible, that the torpedo from Acasta came at the moment of her greatest gunnery achievement, that the mines struck at the moment of the Channel Dash's apparent triumph. These intersections are real, and they accumulate over a career in a way that becomes visible as a pattern, whether the pattern was caused by something specific to the ship and the Kriegsmarine, the chronic undermaintenance, the structural impossibility of the strategic task, the political interference that sent ships to sea at wrong moments, or whether it was simply the random distribution of misfortune that any active warship accumulates over 5 years of continuous operations, is a question that the historical record supports in both directions. Perhaps both explanations are true. Perhaps the structural factors created the conditions in which misfortune was more likely to occur. Perhaps that is what unluckiness, at the level of a warship's career, actually means. The convoys that Scharnhorst was built to threaten continued to run after she was gone. The supplies they carried, tanks, aircraft, food, raw materials, continued to flow into the Soviet war machine through the Kola Inlet and Archangel. The Soviet armies that those supplies supported continued to press westward against the German lines through 1944 and into 1945. The strategic purpose for which Scharnhorst was deployed in her final operation, to disrupt the convoys, to weaken the Soviet war effort at a moment when the Eastern Front was the decisive theatre, was not achieved. The convoy JW55B, which Scharnhorst had been sent to destroy, arrived in the Kola Inlet intact, its 22 merchant ships delivering their cargoes to the Soviet Union. The ship that had been sent to stop it was on the bottom of the Barents Sea. The supplies were delivered. The strategic outcome, measured in those specific terms, was absolute. The last entry in Scharnhorst's war diary was made at approximately 0400 on the 26th of December 1943, shortly before Scharnhorst separated her destroyers and began the approach that would end in her final battle. Naval war diaries are operational documents maintained by the officer of the watch and signed by the captain. Records of position, course, speed, weather conditions, and significant events, maintained continuously from the moment a ship leaves harbour to the moment she returns. Scharnhorst's war diary did not return to harbour. It went to the bottom of the Barents Sea with the ship, or it was destroyed in the explosions of the final minutes, or it was held by one of the officers who did not survive. The last words written in it are unknown. The last position recorded in it is unknown. What remains is the external record, the British action reports, the German operational orders, the survivor testimony, the post-war analysis, that collectively reconstructs what the war diary would have said if it had survived to say it. The reconstruction is thorough. It is, in all the ways that matter, complete. But it is a reconstruction, and the original document is gone. One of the specific silences that the history of Scharnhorst contains, and one of the reminders that even the most thoroughly documented events leave something permanently in the possession of the past. The story ends where it must end, where the evidence ends, at the edge of what the surviving record can confirm. A ship built in Wilhelmshaven, named for a Prussian general and a sunken cruiser, classified by competing designations, modified before she was fully operational, damaged before she had fully proven herself, repaired and returned to service, and damaged again through Norwegian waters and Atlantic raids and Channel passages and Arctic deployments, through 5 commanders and nearly 2,000 crew members, across almost 5 years of continuous war, until a December night in the Barents Sea, when the geometry closed, and the star shells burst, and the 14-inch broadside arrived, and the arithmetic of the engagement became irresolvable. Not a tragedy in the literary sense. It did not have to end this way. The sequence of contingencies that produced the outcome could at many points have been different. But an ending of the specific kind that the combination of strategic circumstance, mechanical history, intelligence asymmetry, and the specific decisions of specific men on a specific night produced. An ending that is complete and permanent and located at a precise set of coordinates in the Barents Sea at approximately 290 meters depth. Scharnhorst rests there now. The ocean above her is the same ocean that the convoys crossed, that the rescuers searched, that the 36 survivors were pulled from. The darkness, at 290 meters in the Barents Sea, is as complete as the darkness was on the surface on the night of the 26th of December 1943. The cold is the same cold. The silence down there is the kind of silence that follows a completed story. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of stillness, the specific quality of a place where the events have finished and the record has been closed. The ship is still there. The names of her crew are preserved in the naval records. The men who pulled 36 survivors from the water, and the men who wrote the action reports, and the men who kept the war diaries, and the historians who have spent decades reconstructing what happened. All of them have contributed to an account of a single ship's life that is, as nearly as human memory and human diligence can make it, whole. That is what a documentary can offer, not the original experience, which belongs irrecoverably to the people who lived it, but the closest honest approximation of it that the surviving evidence supports. Sleep now, if you haven't already. The story has been told. The log is closed. The ship is at rest.